Just waiting a little to see it as well. Just gotta set up a thing or two. When Discord is really stubborn about not going into stream mode, what's that about? I just like didn't want to flip the switch there. Interesting. Oh well, oh well. I don't really know. I'll have to see how long this stream will be. I doubt I can finish this book. I've got 3 hours max basically, let's put it on that. So I most definitely won't be able to finish the book, let's be honest. I'll have to, I want to try and finish it tomorrow now, I think. Hello Miss Cariendu, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Been a bit since I've seen you. Just trying to think. Yeah, that's been a bit, hasn't it? Hope you're doing well. And hello Philip, and enjoy your lurk. Take care, and thank you for lurk. Nice miss, enjoy. Let me see. And there's a cat who wants to meow apparently. Hope she won't be too annoying during the stream. She just had dinner, so just aiming for attention, I assume. Where will I see where? Oh boy. Oh, alright. Just get everything set up though. Got some time to set it all up. Gotta wait for notifications to go on up before I kinda wanna start anyways. Just waiting a little bit first. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone had a good work week. It's basically coming to an end, I presume. But gonna hop on into the Book of Dragons later on. Or well, in a bit, whenever I'm like. Okay, notifications have gone out. Fine. Let's jump from nonsense rambling into reading the book. The book isn't that big to be fair. What's that? That's 8 chapters. Well, we'll see what I got today. The chapters are plenty in size, so maybe just 4 chapters today and 4 chapters tomorrow would be a nice way of finding it. I'll see. Hello, Crank. How do you do? Hope you're well. Good day to you. Let me see. There's quite a couple of illustrations in this book. I don't know, they're kinda bright, so I don't really per se wanna pull them up on stream. They are fun little illustrations though. Actually pretty nice ones, but well, I don't know, a little bit bright. I mean, I'm a bit bright as well, I suppose, in the lighting, but the full 5 minutes. Let me just jump in there. I think it's a bit of a intro in ways. It's not really a dedication, but yeah, I get that a lot though, Australia. It doesn't work either, it doesn't help, but I usually swallow a lot of syllables as well. Hello, Miss Annabelle. How are you? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Alright. I'm doing well, doing well. Was a busy week. And my sleep schedule's a bit more. I mean, it's not that per se or broken or anything, but it's not the best. Sleeping a bit off lately. Oh, right. Still haven't made a hack command. Maybe tomorrow. No, I'll forget before tomorrow as well, but hello, Hippogriff dog. How do you do? Hope you're well. Good day to you. But yeah, let me just jump into the little intro. I think it looks like a foreword, but it's not really a foreword. It's part of the book, so it's not really a... Maybe it is a dedication. I think it is. Never mind, I think it is a dedication. Let me just do that real quick. To Rosamund, chief among those for whom these tales are told, the Book of Dragons is dedicated in the comfort hope that she, one of these days, will dedicate a book of her very own making to the one who now bids a dreadful dragons crouching all among us at those little brown feet. I'm guessing that may be the author's daughter or something. Sounds like it. Hello, Fix Drew. How are ya? How are ya? Oh, my ASMR usually doesn't really mess with my sleep. I'm in EU, so I usually do my ASMR at a pretty normal time. Just either late afternoons or later on in the evening. That's about it usually. But right, don't know how much I want to do in a book today, since I doubt I'll get through it fully. Kinda want to leave a good bit of it for another day, tomorrow probably. But we'll see where we get today, what the pace kind of is. Let's just jump into chapter 1 in a sec. And hello, Chief, how do you do? Good day, good day. And chapter 1 being the Book of Beasts. He happened to be building a palace when the news came, and he left all the bricks kicking about the floor for nurse to clear up. But then the news was rather remarkable news. You see, there was a knock at the front door, and voices talking downstairs. And Lionel thought if it was the man come to see more gas, which had not been allowed to be lighted since the day when Lionel made a swing by tying a skipping rope to the gas bracket. And then, quite suddenly, Nurse came in and said, "Master Lionel dear, they've come to fetch you to go and be king." Then she made haste to change his smock and to wash his face and hands and brush his hair, and all the time she was doing it, Lionel kept wriggling and fidgeting and saying, "Oh, don't, nurse, and I'm sure my ears are quite clinging." Or, Never mind my hair, it's all right, and that'll do. You're going on as if you was going to be an eel instead of a king, said Nurse. The minute Nurse let go for a moment, Lionel bore it off without waiting for his clean handkerchief. And in the drawing-room there were two very grave-looking gentlemen in red robes with fur, and gold coronets with velvet sticking up out of the middle like the cream in the very expensive gem tarts. They bowed low to Lionel, and the gravest one said, "Sire, your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, the king of this country, is dead, and now you have got to come and be king." "Yes, please, sir," said Lionel. "When does it begin?" "You will be crowned this afternoon," said the grave gentleman, who was not quite so grave-looking as the other. "Would you like me to bring Nurse, or what time would you like me to be fetched, and hadn't I better put on my velvet suit with the latest colour?" Said Lionel, "I've often been out to tea." "Your nurse will be removed to the palace later. No, never mind about changing your suit. The royal robes will cover all that up." The grave gentleman led the way to a coach with 8 white horses, which was drawn up in front of the house where Lionel lived. It was number 7 on the left-hand side of the street as you go up. Lionel ran upstairs at the last minute, and he kissed Nurse and said, "Thank you for washing me. I wish I'd let you do the other hair. No, there's no time now. Give me the hanky. Goodbye, Nurse." "Goodbye, Ducky," said the nurse. "Be a good little king now, and say please and thank you, and remember to pass the cake through the little girls, and don't have more than 2 helps of anything." So off went Lionel to be made a king. He had never expected to be a king any more than you have, so it was all quite new to him, so new that he had never even thought it. And as the coach went through the town, he had to bite his tongue to be quite sure it was real, because if his tongue was real it showed he wasn't dreaming. Half an hour before he had been building with bricks in the nursery, and now the streets were all fluttering with flags. Every window was crowded with people waving handkerchiefs and scattering flowers. There were scarlet soldiers everywhere along the pavements, and all the bells of all the churches were ringing like mad, and like a great song to the music of their ringing ear thousands of people just shouting, "Long live Lionel, long live our little king." He was a little sorry at first that he had not put on his best clothes, but he soon forgot to think about it. If he had been a girl, they would very likely have bothered about it the whole time. As they went along, the grave gentleman who were a chancellor and the prime minister explained the things which Lionel did not understand. "I thought we were a republic," said Lionel. "I'm sure there had been a king for some time." "Sire, your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather's death happened when my grandfather was just a little boy," said the Prime Minister. "And since then your loyal people have been saving up to buy you a crown, so much a week, you know, according to people's means, 6 pence a week from those with first-rate pocket money, down to a halfpenny a week from those who haven't so much. You know it's the rule that the crown must be paid for by the people. But hasn't my great, however much it is, grandfather a crown?" Yes, but he sent it to be turned over for fear of vanity, and the arrow had all the jewels taken out and sold them to buy books. He was a strange man, a very good king he was, but he had his faults. He was fond of books. Almost with his last breath he sent a crown to be tint, and he never lived to pay the tinsmith's bill. Oh, Grifdock, it's, Amelia. I mean, I don't know. It's just a normal English accent, to be honest. Not anything in particular. Here the Prime Minister wiped away a tear, and just then the carriage stopped and Lionel was taken out of the carriage to be crowned. Being crowned is much more tiring work than you would suppose, and by the time it was over, and Lionel had worn the royal robes for an hour or two, her red hair his hands kissed by everybody whose business it was to do it. He was quite worn out, and was very glad to get into the palace nursery. The nurse was there, and tea was ready. Seedy cake and plummy cake, and jam and hot butter toast, and the prettiest china with red and gold and blue flowers on it, and the real tea, and as many cups of it as you like. After tea, Lionel said, "I think I should like a book. Will you get me one, nurse?" "Bless the child," said nurse. "I don't suppose you've lost the use of your legs with just being a king. Run along, do, and get your books yourself." So Lionel went down into the library. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor were there, and when Lionel came in they bowed very low, and were beginning to ask Lionel most politely what on earth he was coming bothering for now, when Lionel cried out, "Oh, what a wonderful world full of books! How are yours?" "They are yours, your Majesty," answered the Chancellor. "They were the property of our late king, your great-great—" "Yes, I know," Lionel interrupted. "Well, I shall read them all. I love to read. I am so glad I learned to read." "If I might venture to advise your Majesty," said the Prime Minister, "I should not read these books, your great—" "Yes," said Lionel quickly. He was a very good king, oh yes, really, a very superior king in this way. But he was a little, well, strange. "Mad?" asked Lionel cheerfully. No, no. Both the gentlemen were sincerely shocked. Not mad, but if I may express it so, he was, sir, too clever by half, and I should not like a little king of mine to have anything to do with his books. Lionel looked puzzled. "And the fact is," the Chancellor went on, twisting his red beard in an agitated way, "your great, go on," said Lionel, "was called the wizard." "But he wasn't." "Oh, of course not. A most worthy king was your great. I see. But I wouldn't touch his books. Just this one," cried Lionel, laying his hands on the cover of a great brown book that lay on the study table. It had gold patterns on the brown leather, and gold clasps with turquoise, and rubies in the twists at 'em, and gold corners so that the leather should not wear out too quickly. "I must look at this one," Lionel said, for on the back in big letters he read, the Book of Beasts. For Chancellor said, "Don't be a silly little king." But Lionel had got the gold cloths undone, and he opened the first page, and there was a beautiful butterfly, all red and brown and yellow and blue, so beautifully painted that it looked as if it were alive. "There," said Lionel, "isn't that lovely? Why?" But as he spoke, the beautiful butterfly fluttered its many-coloured wings on the yellow old page of the book, and flew up and out of the window. "Well," said the Prime Minister as soon as he could speak, for a lump of wonder that had got into his throat and tried to choke him. "That's magic, that is." But before he had spoken, the king had turned the next page, and there was a shining bird, complete and beautiful, in every blue feather hem. Under him was written, "Blue bird of paradise." And while the king gazed enchanted at the charming picture, the blue bird fluttered his wings on the yellow page and spread them and flew out of the book. Then the Prime Minister snatched the book away from the king and shut it up on the blank page where the bird had been, and put it on a very high shelf. And the Chancellor gave the king a good shaking and said, "You're a naughty, disobedient little king," and he was very angry indeed. "I don't see that I've done harm in any way," said Lionel. He hated being shaken, as all boys do. He would much rather have been slapped. "No harm," asked the Chancellor. "Ah, but what do you know about it? That's the question. How do you know what might have been on the next page? A snake or a worm, or a centipede, or a revolutionist, or something like that?" "Well, I'm sorry if I've vexed you," said Lionel. "Come, let's kiss and be friends." So he kissed the Prime Minister, and they settled down for a nice quiet game of noughts and crosses, while the Chancellor went to add up his accounts. And although his face, let me get to that in a sec. Just taking my breath real quick in between. And good evening to Shiny Jolty, and how do you do? Alright, let me do that. Do that requested to trigger word, I guess. That's like the burgers from Burger King, right? A Whopper, I think. Might be slightly off. I think so. We don't have many Burger Kings around here. At least I live very out there, so I think so anyways. A Whopper. And hello, Sailor Wolf, thank you for the reason. I'm glad you like the new emotes, I love them as well. I'd want more, but I've only got one more emote slot, and I kinda want to keep the 10 out of 10 one around for now. Nice to Shiny Jolty, nice. I'm doing good. Have a nice lurk, Sailor Wolf, take care. Yeah, let me do that trigger word a couple of times though. Sorry, hold on. A Whopper. Yeah, have a good lurk. I'm glad you like him. And I don't know, it's a good thing that partner is quite a bit away, because otherwise I'd be spending way too much money on emotes right now, and I shouldn't. But alright, let me jump back into the book. When later Lionel was in bed, he could not sleep for thinking of the Book of Peace. And when the full moon was shining, with all her might and light, he got up and crept down to the library and climbed up and got the Book of Peace. He took it outside to the terrace where the moonlight was as bright as day, and he opened the book and saw the empty pages with butterfly and bluebird of paradise underneath. And then he turned the next page. There was some sort of a red thing sitting under a palm tree, and under it was written, Dragon. The dragon did not move, and the king shut up the book rather quickly and went back to bed. But the next day he wanted another look, so he took the book out into the garden, and when he entered the class with the rubies and turquoises, the book opened all by itself with a picture with the dragon underneath, and the sun shone full on the page. And then, quite suddenly, a great red dragon came out of the book and spread fast scarlet wings and flew away across the garden to the far hills, and Lionel was left with the empty page before him, for the page was quite empty, except for the green palm tree and the yellow desert, and the little streaks of red, where the paintbrush has gone outside the pencil outline of the red dragon. And then Lionel felt that he had indeed done it. He had not been king 24 hours, and already he had let loose a red dragon to worry his faithful subjects' lives out, and they had been saving up so long to buy him a crown and everything. Lionel began to cry. The Chancellor and the Prime Minister and the nurse all came running to see what was the matter, and when they saw the book they understood, and the Chancellor said, "You naughty little king, put him to bed, nurse, and let him think over what he's done." "Perhaps, my lord," said the Prime Minister, "we'd better first find out just exactly what he has done." Then Lionel, in flat tears, said, "There's a red dragon and it's gone flying away to the hills, and I am so sorry, and oh, do forgive me." But the Prime Minister and the Chancellor had other things to think of than forgiving Lionel. They hurried off to consult the police and see what could be done. Everyone did what they could. They sat on committees and stood on guard and lay in wait for the dragon, but he stayed up in the hills, and there was nothing more to be done. The faithful nurse, meanwhile, did not neglect her duty. Perhaps she did more than anyone else, for she slapped the king and put him to bed without his tea. And when it got dark, she would not give him a candle to read by. "You're a naughty little king," she said, "and nobody will love you." Next day the dragon was still quiet, but the more poetic of Lionel's subjects could see the redness of the dragon shining through the green trees quite plainly. So Lionel put on his crown and sat on his throne and said he wanted to make some laws. And I need hardly say that though the Prime Minister and the Chancellor and the nurse might have the very poorest opinion of Lionel's private judgment, and might even slap him and send him to bed, the minute he got on his throne and set his crown on his head, he became infallible, which means that everything he said was right, and that he couldn't possibly make a mistake. So when he said There is to be a law forbidding people to open books in schools or elsewhere. He had the support of at least half of his subjects, and the other half, the grown-up half, pretended to think he was quite right. That he made a law that everyone should always have enough to eat, and this pleased everyone except the ones who had always had too much. And when several other nice new laws were made and written down, he went home and made mud houses and was very happy. And he said to his nurse, "People will love me now. I've made such a lot of pretty new laws for them." But nurse said, "Don't count your chickens, my dear. You haven't seen the laws of the dragon yet." Now the next day was Saturday, and in the afternoon the dragon suddenly swooped down upon the common in all his hideous redness, and carried off the soccer players, umpires, goalposts, ball, and all. And the people were very angry indeed, and they said, "We might as well be a republic, after saving up all these years to get his crown and everything." And wise people shook their heads and foretold a decline in the national love of sport, and indeed soccer was not at all popular for some time afterward. And hello, Dropak, how do you do? Hope you're well. Good day, good day. Lionel did his best to be a good king during the week, and the people were beginning to forgive him for letting the dragon out of the book. After all, they said, soccer is a dangerous game, and perhaps it is wise to discourage it. Popular opinion held that the soccer players, being tough and hard, had disagreed with the dragon so much that he had gone away to some place where he only played cat's cradle and games that will make you hard and tough. All the same, Parliament met on a Saturday afternoon, a convenient time, for most of the members would be free to attend, to consider the dragon. But unfortunately the dragon, who had only been asleep, woke up because it was Saturday, and considered the Parliament, and afterwards there were not any members left. So they tried to make a new Parliament, but being a member of Parliament had somehow grown as unpopular as soccer playing, and no one would consent to be selected. So they had to do without a Parliament. When the next Saturday came around, everyone was a little nervous, but the Red Dragon was pretty quiet that day, and only ate an orphanage. Only one, no big deal. And hello, King HP, thank you for the follow, hope you're well. Good day too. Lionel was very, very unhappy. He felt that it was a disobedience that brought this trouble on the Parliament and the orphanage and the soccer players, and he felt that it was his duty to try and do something. The question was, what? The blue bird that had come out of the book used to sing very nicely in the palace rose garden, and the butterfly was very tame and would perch on his shoulder when he walked among the tall lilies. So Lionel saw that all the creatures in the book of beasts could not be wicked, like the dragon, they thought. Suppose I could get another beast out who would fight the dragon. So he took the book of beasts out into the rose garden and opened the page next to the one where the dragon had been, just a tiny bit to see what her name was. He could only see Cora, but he felt the middle of the page swelling up thick with the creature that was trying to come out, and it was only by putting the book down and sitting on it suddenly, very hard, that he managed to get it shut again. Then he fastened the claws with the rubies and turquoises in them, and sent for a chancellor, who had been ill since Saturday, and so had not been eaten with the rest of the parliament. And Lionel asked of him, "What animal ends in Cora?" The chancellor answered, "The manticora, of course." "And what's he like?" asked the king. "Well, 'tis a sworn foe of the dragons," said the chancellor. "He drinks their blood, he is yellow with the body of a lion and the face of a man. I wish we had a few manticoras here now, but the last died hundreds of years ago. Warlock." Then the king ran and opened the book at a page that had Cora on it, and there was the picture, manticora, all yellow with a lion's body and a man's face, just as the chancellor had said. And under the picture was written, "Manticora." And the Lord to Kirsch. Hope you're doing well. And thank you for a follow. In a few minutes the manticora came sleepily out of the book, rubbing its eyes with its hands and mewing a bit curiously. It seemed very stupid, and when Lionel gave it a push and said, "Go along and fight a dragon, do," it put its tail between its legs and fairly ran away. It went and hid by the town hall, and at night, when the people were asleep, it went around and ate all the pussycats in the town, and then it mewed more than ever. And on the Saturday morning, when people were a little timid about going out, because the dragon had no regular hour for calling, the manticora went up and down the streets and drank all the milk that was left in the cans at the doors for people's stairs, or for people's teas, and it ate the cans as well. And hello, German, hope you're well. Thanks for the follow. And just when it had finished the very last little halfpenny worth, which was short measure, because the milkman's nerves were quite upset, the red dragon came down the street looking for the manticora. It edged off when it saw him coming, for it was not at all like dragon fighting kind, and seeing no other door open, the prior hunted the creature took refuge in a general post office, and there the dragon found it, trying to conceal itself among the 10 o'clock mail. The dragon fell when the manticora had won, and the mail was no defense. The mewings were heard all over the town, for the kitties and the milk the manticora had seemed to have strengthened the mew wonderfully. Then there was a sad silence, and presently the people with windows locked that way saw the dragon coming walking down the steps of the general post office, spitting fire and is very serious, and smoke together with tufts of manticora fur and the fragments of the registered letters. Things were growing very, very serious. However popular the king might become during the week, the dragon was sure to do something on Saturday to upset the people's loyalty. The dragon was a perfect nuisance for the whole of Saturday except during the hour of noon, and then he had a rest under a tree, where he would have had caught the fire from the heat of the sun. You see, he was very hot to begin with. At last came a Saturday when the king dragon actually walked into the royal nursery and carried off the king's own pet rocking horse. Then the king cried for 6 days, and on the 7th he was so tired he had to stop. He heard the bluebirds singing among the roses and saw the butterfly fluttering among the lilies. And he said, "Nurse, wipe my face, please. I'm not going to cry anymore." And Nurse washed his face and told him not to be a silly little king. "Crying," said she, "never did anyone good yet." "I don't know," said the little king. "I seem to see better and to hear better than if I'd cried for a week. Now, Nurse dear, I know I'm right, so kiss me in case I never come back. I must try to see if I can see other people." "Well, if you must, you must," said Nurse. "But don't tear your clothes or get your feet wet." So off he went. The bluebird sang more sweetly than ever, and the butterfly alone more brightly, as Lionel once more carried the book of bees out into the rose garden, and opened it very quickly, so that he might not be afraid and change his mind. The book fell open wide, almost in the middle, and there was written at the bottom of the page, "Hippogriff." And before Lionel had time to see what the picture was, there was fluttering of great wings and stamping of hoofs, and a sweet, soft, friendly neighing. And there first came out of the book a beautiful white horse with a long, white mane and a long, white tail. "I've had great wings like swans' wings, and the softest, kindest eyes in the world, and I stood there among the roses." The hippogriff rubbed its silky, soft, milky white nose against the little king's shoulder, and the little king thought, "But for the wings you are very like my poor dear lost rocking horse." And the bluebird's song was very loud and sweet. Then suddenly the king saw coming through the sky the great, straggling, sprawling, wicked shape of the red dragons, and he knew at once what he must do. He caught up the book of bees and jumped in the back of the gentle, beautiful hippogriff, and leaning down he whispered in the sharp white ear, "Fly, dear hippogriff, fly your very fastest to the pebble waste." And when the dragon saw him start, he turned and flew after him, with his great wings flapping like clouds at sunset, and the hippogriff's white wings were snowy as clouds at moonrise. When the people in the town saw the dragon fly off after the hippogriff, and the king, they all came out of their houses to look, and when they saw the two disappear, they made up their minds to the worst, and began to think what they could wear for court meeting. But the dragon could not catch the hippogriff. The red wings were the biggest than the white ones, but they were not so strong, and so the white-winged horse flew away and away and away, while the dragon remained pursuing, till we reached the very middle of their pebble waste. Now the pebble waste is just like the part of the seaside where there's no soul. All round the blue shifting stones, and there's no grass there, and no tree within headful sight. Lion jumped over the white horse's back in the very middle of the pebbly ways, and he hurriedly unclasped the book of beads and laid it open on the pebbles. Then he clattered among the pebbles in his haste to get back onto his white horse, and had jumped on when up came the dragon. He was flying very feebly and looking around everywhere for a tree, for it was just on the stroke of 12. The sun was shining like a gold guinea in the blue sky. And there was not a tree for 100 miles. The wide-winged horse flew around and around the dragon as he writhed on the dry pebbles. He was getting very hot indeed. Parts of him even had begun to smoke. He knew that he must certainly catch fire in another minute, unless he could get under a tree. He made a snatch with the red claws of the king and the hippogriff, but he was too feeble to reach them, and besides he did not dare to overexert himself, for fear he should get any holler. It was then that he saw a book of beads lying on the pebbles, open at a page with the dragon written at the bottom. He looked and hesitated, and he looked again, and then, with one last squirm of rage, the dragon wriggled himself back into the picture and sat down on the palm tree, and the page was a little singed as he went in. As soon as Lionel saw that the dragon had really been obliged to go and sit under his own palm tree, because it was the only tree there, he jumped off his horse and shut the book with a bang. "Oh, hurrah!" he cried, "now we really have done it." And he clasped the book very tightly with the turquoise and the ruby claws. "Oh, my precious hippogriff," he said, "you are the bravest, dearest, the most beautiful." "Hush," whispered the hippogriff modestly. "Don't you see that we are not alone?" And indeed there was quite a crowd around them on the pebbly waste. The Prime Minister and the Parliament, and the soccer players and the orphanage, and the Mandragora and the rocking horse, and indeed everyone else, had been eaten by the dragon. Yet see, it was impossible for the dragon to take them into the book with him. It was a tight fit even for one dragon, so of course he had to leave them outside. And hello, Dill and Big Man Hans, how do you do? And hello, Sammy and the Cecine for the follows. Hope you're well. Thank you, thank you. Let me give a lovely Dill a quick shout out. How are you? How are you? Let me actually properly finish the chapter. There's like a break line in the chapter, but there's like a really tiny bit left before the next chapter. So whilst you all answer those questions, let me finish that on up. They all got home somehow and all lived happy ever after. When the king asked the Mandragora where he would like to live, he begged to be allowed to go back into the book. I do not care for public life, he said. Of course he knew his way onto his own page, so there was no danger of his opening the book at the wrong page and looking out at the dragon or anything. So he got back into his picture and has never come out since. That is why you will never see a Manticora as long as you live, except in a picture book. And of course he left the case outside, because there was no room for them in the book, and the milk cans too. And hello, Ghost Dog, good morning, and hello, JD, how are you doing? And Moog woke up as well, eh? But then the rocking horse back to be allowed to go and live on the Hippogriff's page in a book. I should like, he said, to live somewhere where dragons can get at me. So the beautiful wide-winged Hippogriff showed him the way in, and there he stayed till the king had him taken out for his great-grandchildren to play with. As for the Hippogriff, he accepted the possession of the king's own rocking horse, a situation left vacant by the retirement of the wooden one. And the bluebird and the butterfly sing and flutter among the lilies and the roses of the palace garden to this very day. And it's interesting, that quite feels like that story kind of wrapped itself up. So all these chapters might be looser short stories, loosely tied together. But alright. Got a bit of a break between chapters. How do you all do? Hope you're all well. How are you doing, Dill? How's streaming going? I've not caught any of your streams lately, but I think I've seen you go live a couple of times. Just been busy or working, watching TV or the likes, or just chilling or something. I don't know. How have you been? Let me see. It was about 40 minutes for that one chapter, so I do think maybe 3 to 4 chapters or stories as they may be today, and then leave the other 4 for another day. Ooh, overslept and late at work, oh no. I'm quite lucky. I slept quite well yesterday or last night. Doing pretty well. I don't know, was getting real sleepy there. It always does get me in a very relaxed and chill mood just reading. Ah well, alright, good. Nice and quiet day to finish off the work week. Enjoy. Hope you're still feeling well. And right in between chapters, since I hadn't done that yet. I was gonna go make some make a couple of channel pointer demon balls. So let me maybe just do it in between real quick. Where have I got that again? Should have that basically open there somewhere. I think I should have an email page open that works, I suppose. Channel points, manage rewards. Let's see. Add a new custom reward. That shall do. Right. Hello, for now. Thank you. Glad you like. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're looking at a nice upcoming weekend. And let me see who's gonna make a channel point redeemable. Just quickly. Thingara. You too, have a great and lovely day. Let me see, I don't even really know the amount I want for it. What did I have the other things at for amounts? Alright. Let's just go with that random amount for now and we'll see. And then maybe I can actually add a... I'll do that one later. There. Do some on the fly work on that. Why not? And let me then jump on into chapter 2 or maybe story 2 since it doesn't look all that connected to the other story. Uncle James or the Purple Stranger. The princess and the gardener's boy were playing in the backyard. What will you do when you grow up, princess? Asked the gardener's boy. I should like to marry you, Tom, said the princess. Would you mind? Wow, Tom's a player, eh? No, said the gardener's boy. I shouldn't mind much. I'll marry you if you like, if I have time. Good answer, playing hard to get. Not a stray, yes, of course. For the gardener's boy meant, as soon as he was grown up, to be in general and a poet, and a prime minister and an admiral, and a civil engineer. Meanwhile, he was top of all his class at school, and tip-top of the geography class. And hello, Chloe, how do you do? Good day, good day. As for the Princess Marianne, she was a very good little girl, and everyone loved her. She was always kind and polite, even to her Uncle James and to other people, who she did not like very much. And though she was not very clever for a princess, she always tried to do her lessons. Even if you know perfectly well that you can't do your lessons, you may as well try. And sometimes you find that by some fortunate accident, they really are done. Then the princess had a truly good heart. She was always kind to her pets. She never slapped her in a hippopotamus when it broke her dolls in its playful gambols, and she never forgot to feed her rhinoceros and her little hutch in the backyard. backyard. Her elephant was the favourite to her, and sometimes Marianne made her nurse quite cross by smuggling the dear little thing up her bed with her and letting it go to sleep. With its long trunk laid lovingly across her throat, and its pretty head curled under the royal right ear. When the princess had been good all through the week, for like all real life nice children, she was sometimes naughty, but never bad. Nurse would allow her to ask her little friends to come on Wednesday morning early and spend the day, because Wednesday is the end of the week in that country. Then in the afternoon, when all the little dukes and duchesses and marquises and countesses had finished their rice pudding and had their hands and faces washed after it, Nurse would say, "Now, my dear, what would you like to do this afternoon?" Just as if she didn't know, and the answer would always the same. "Oh, let's go to the zoological gardens and ride on the big guinea pig and feed the rabbits and hear the dormouse sleep." So their pinafores were taking off, and they all went to the zoological gardens, where 20 of them could ride at a time on a guinea pig, and where even the little ones could feed the grey rabbits, if some grown-up person were kind enough to lift them up for the purpose. There always was some such person, because in Rotundia everybody was kind except one. Now that you have read as far as this, you know, of course, that the kingdom of Rotundia was a very remarkable place, and if you are a thoughtful child, as of course you are, you will not need me to tell you what was the most remarkable thing about it. But in case you are not a thoughtful child, and it is just possible, of course, that you are not, I will tell you at once what the most remarkable thing was. All the animals were the wrong sizes, and this was how it happened. Well, I mean, I was a very, very thoughtful child, so I got that, of course. In old olden times, when all our world was just loose earth and air and fire and water, mixed up anyhow like a pudding, and spinning around like mad, trying to get the different things to settle into their proper places, a round piece of earth got loose and went spinning away by itself across the water, which was just beginning to try to get spread out smooth into a real sea. And as the great round piece of earth flew away, going round and round as hard as it could, it met a long piece of hard rock that had got loose from another part of the puddingy mixture, and the rock was so hard and was going so fast that it ran its point through the round piece of earth, and stuck out on the other side of it, so the two together were like a very, very much too big spinning top. I'm afraid all this is very dull, but you know geography is never quite lively, and after all I must give you a little information, even in a fairy tale, like the powder and jam. Well, when the point of the rock smashed into the round bit of earth, the shock was so great that it set them spinning together through the air, which was just getting into its proper place, like all the rest of the things, only as luck would have it, they forgot which way around they had been going, and began to spin around the wrong way. Presently, centre of gravity, a great giant was managing the whole business, woke up in the middle of the earth and began to grumble. "Hurry up," he said. "Come down and lie still, can't ya?" So the rock with a round piece of earth fell into the sea, and the point of the rock went into a hole that just fitted it in the stony sea bottom, and there it spun around the wrong way 7 times, and then lay still. And the round piece of land became, after millions of years, the kingdom of Rotundia. This is the end of the geography lesson, and now for just a little natural history, so that we may not feel that we are quite wasting our time. Of course, the consequences of the island having spun around the wrong way was that when the animals began to grow on the island, they all grew the wrong sizes. The guinea pig, as you know, was as big as our elephants, and the elephant, dear little pet, was the size of the silly, tiny, black and tan dogs that ladies carry sometimes in their muffs. The rabbits were about the size of a rhinoceros, and all about a wild part of the island they had made their burrows as big as railway tunnels. The dormouse, of course, was the biggest of all the creatures. I can tell you how big he was. Even if you think of elephants, it will not help you at all. Luckily, there was only one of him, and he was always asleep. Otherwise, I don't think the Rotundians could have borne with him. As it was, they made him a house, and it saved the expense of a brass band, because no band could possibly have been heard when the dormouse was talking in his sleep. Oh no, dear. Sounds like a bird. Hope you're doing alright. We're trying to repair it, so it's alright at least. The men or women and children in this wonderful island were quite the right size, because their ancestor had come over with a conqueror long after the island had settled down and the animals grown on it. Now the natural history lesson is over, and if you have been attending, you know more about Rotundia than anyone there did, except 3 people. The Lord Chief Schoolmaster, the Prince's uncle, who was a magician and knew everything without learning it, and Tom, the gardener's son. Tom had learned more at school than anyone else, because he wished to take a prize. The prize offered by the Lord Chief Schoolmaster was a history of Rotundia, beautifully bound, with a royal arms on the back. But after that day, when the princess said she meant to marry Tom, the gardener's boy thought it over, and he decided the best prize in the world would be the princess. And this was the prize Tom meant to take. And when you are a gardener's son and have decided to marry a princess, you will find that the more you learn at school, the better. And hello, Doritos. Well, no, unfortunately not. The background is about as fake as my personality. The princess always played with Tom on the days when the little dukes and marquises did not come for tea, and when he told her he was almost sure of the first prize, she clapped her hands and said, "Dear Tom, dear good clever Tom, you deserve all the prizes, and I will give you my pet elephant, and you can keep him till we're married." The pet elephant was called Fido, and the gardener's son took him away in his coat pocket. He was the dearest little elephant you ever saw, about 6 inches long, but he was very, very wise. He could not have been wiser if he had been a mile high. He lay down comfortably in Tom's pocket, and when Tom put in his hand, Fido crowed his little tongue around Tom's fingers with an affectionate confidence that made the boy's heart warm to his new little pet. What with the elephant and the princess's affection and the knowledge that the very next day he would receive the history of Rotundia, beautifully bound with the royal arms on the cover, Tom could hardly sleep a wink, and besides the dog that barked so terribly, there was only one dog in Rotundia. The kingdom could not afford to keep more than one. He was a Mexican lab dog of the kind that in most part of the world only measures 7 inches from the end of his dear nose to the tip of his darling tail. But in Rotundia he was bigger than I can possibly expect you to believe, and when he barked, his bark was so large that it filled up all the night and left no room for sleep or dreams, or polite conversation, or anything else at all. He never barked at things that went on in the island. He was too large-minded for that. But when ships went blundering by in the dark, tumbling over the rocks at the end of the island, he would bark once or twice, just to let the ships know that they wouldn't come playing about there just as they liked. Nice, little nice, and hello, Sully, how do you do? And this is a real place, I just still haven't looked at where it actually is, to be very honest. Although I'm not sure if I actually can find that. I'd assume it does say what the site I bought it from, to be honest, where the footage is from, but not entirely sure whether it does or not. And hello, Beligo, hope you're doing well as well. Good day, good day. But on this particular night, the dog barked and barked and barked, and the princess said, oh dear, I wish he wouldn't, I'm so sleepy. And Tom said to himself, I wonder whatever is the matter. As soon as it's light, I'll go and see. But on this particular night, he barked and barked and barked. So when it began to be pretty pink and yellow daylight, Tom got up and went out, and all the time the Mexican leopard barked, so that the house shook, and the tile on the roof of the palace rattled like milk cans in a car whose horse is frisky. I'll go to the pillar, thought Tom as he went through the town. The pillar, of course, was the top of a piece of rock that had stuck itself through Rotundia millions of years before and made it spin around the wrong way. It was square in the middle of the island and stuck up ever so far, and when you were at the top you could see a great deal farther than when you were not. As Tom went out from the town and across the downs, he thought what a pretty sight it was to see the rabbits in the bright, dewy morning frisking with their young ones by the mouth of their burrows. He did not go very near the rabbits, of course, because with a rabbit of that size at play, it does not always look where it is going, and it might easily have crushed Tom with its foot, and then would have been very sorry afterward. And Tom was a kind boy and would not have liked to make even a rabbit unhappy. Earwigs in our country often get out of the way when they think you're going to walk on them. They too have kind hearts, and they would not like you to be sorry afterward. So Tom went on looking at the rabbits, and watching the morning grow more and more red and golden, and the Mexican lapdog bark all the time, till the church bells tinkled and the chimney of the apple factory rocked again. But when Tom got to the pillar, he saw that he would not need to climb to the top to find out what the dog was barking at, for there by the pillar lay a very large purple dragon. His wings were like old purple umbrellas that have been very much rained on, and his head was very large and bald, like the top of a purple toadstool, and his tail, which was purple too, was very, very, very long and thin and tight, like the lash of a carriage whip. It was licking one of its purple umbrella-y wings, and every now and then it moaned and leaned its head back against a rocky pillar, as though it felt faint. Tom saw at once what had happened. A flight of purple dragons must have crossed the island in the night, and this poor one must have knocked its wing and broken it against the pillar. Everyone is kind to everyone in Rotundia, and Tom was not afraid of the dragon, although he had never spoken to one before. He had often watched them flying across the sea, but he had never expected to get to know one personally. So now he said, "I'm afraid you don't feel quite well." The dragon shook his large purple head. He could not speak, but like all other animals, he could understand well enough when he liked. "Can I get you anything?" asked Tom politely. The dragon opened his purple eyes with an inquiring smile. "A bun or two now," said Tom coaxingly. "There's a beautiful bun tree quite close." The dragon opened a great purple mouth and licked his purple lips, so Tom ran and shook the bun tree, and soon came back with an armful of fresh currant buns. As he came, he picked a few of the bath kind, which grow on the low bushes near the pillar. Because of course another consequence of the islands having spun the wrong way is that all the things have to make buns and cakes and shortbread grow on trees and bushes. But in Rotundia they have to make their cauliflower and cabbages and carrots and apples and onions, just as our cooks make puddings and turnovers. Tom gave all the buns to the dragon, saying, "Here, try to eat a little, you'll soon feel better then." And the low sour skittles, well of course, never quite seen a fire that well animated. The dragon ate up the buns, nodded rather ungraciously, and began to lick her wing again. So Tom left him and went back through the town with the news, and everyone was so excited at the real live dragons being on the island, a thing that had never happened before, that they all went out to look at it instead of going to the prize giving, and the Lord Chief Schoolmaster went with the rest. Now he had Tom's prize, the history of Rotundia, in his pocket, for one bound in calf with the royal arms on the cover, and it happened to drop out, and the dragon ate it. So Tom never got a prize after all, but the dragon, when he had gotten it, did not like it. "Perhaps it's all for the best," said Tom. "I might not have liked that prize either if I had gotten it." "I don't know," sour skittles, "nothing in particular. Just whatever I grew up with." It happened to be a Wednesday, so when the prince's friends were asked what they would like to do, all the little dukes and marquises and the girls said, "Let's go and see the dragon." But the little duchesses and marchionesses and countesses said they were afraid. Then Princess Marianne spoke up royally and said, "Don't be silly, because it's only in fairy stories and the histories of England and things like that people are unkind and want to hurt each other. Here at Dunderia everyone is kind and no one has anything to be afraid of unless they're naughty, and then we know it for our own good. Let's all go and see the dragon, we might take him some acid drops." So they went there all to the wood, and all the titled children took it in turns to feed the dragon with acid drops, and he seemed very pleased and flattered, and wagged as much of his purple tail as he could get at conveniently, for it was a very, very long tail indeed. But when it came to the prince's turn to give an acid drop to the dragon, he smiled a very wide smile, and wagged his tail to the very last, long in chat, as much as to say, "Oh, you nice, kind, pretty little princess." But deep down in his wicked purple heart he was saying, "Oh, you nice, fat, pretty little princess, I should like to eat you instead of these silly acid drops." But of course nobody heard him except the prince's uncle, and he was a magician, and accustomed to listening at doors. It was part of his trade. Now you will remember that I told you there was one wicked person in Rotundia, and I cannot conceal from you any longer that this complete bear was the prince's Uncle James. Magicians are always bad, as you know from your fairy books, and some uncles are bad, as you see by the Babes in the Wood or the Norfolk tragedy. And one James at least was bad, as you have learned from your English history. And when anyone is a magician and is also an uncle, and is named James as well, you need not expect anything nice from him. He is a threefold complete bear, and he will come to no good. Uncle James had long wanted to get rid of the princess and have her kingdom to himself. He did not like many things. Her nice kingdom was almost the only thing he cared for, but he had never seen his way quite clearly, because everyone is so kind to Rotundia that wicked spells will not work there. But run off those blameless islanders like a water off a duck's back. Now, however, Uncle James thought there might be a chance for him, because he knew that now there were two wicked people on the island who could stand by each other, himself and the dragon. He said nothing, but he exchanged a meaningful glance with the dragon, and everyone went home to tea. And no one had seen the meaningful glance except Tom. Tom went home and told his elephant all about it. The intelligent little creature listened carefully, and then climbed from Tom's knee to the table, on which stood an ornamental calendar that the princess had given Tom for a Christmas present. With its tiny trunk, the elephant pointed out a date. The 15th of August, the princess's birthday, and looked anxiously at his master. "What is it, Fido, good little elephant, then?" said Tom, and the sagacious animal repeated its former gesture. And Tom understood. "Oh, something is to happen on her birthday. All right, I'll be on the lookout." And he was. Hello to Alex official. Hope you're well. Good day to you. And thank you for a follow. At first the people of Rotundia were quite pleased with the dragon, who lived by the pillar and fed himself from the bun trees, but by and by he began to wander. He would creep into the burrows made by the grey rabbits, and excursionists sporting in the downs would see his long, tired, whip-like tail wriggling down a burrow and out of sight, and before he had time to say, "There he goes," his ugly purple hair would come poking out from another rabbit hole, perhaps just behind him, or laugh softly to itself, just in their ears. And the dragon's laugh was not a merry one, the sort of hide-and-seek amused people at first. But by and by it began to get on their nerves, and if you don't know what it means, ask Mother to tell you next time you're playing Blind Buff when she has a headache. Then the dragon got into the habit of cracking his tail as people crack whips, and this also got on people's nerves. Then too little things began to be missed, and you know how unpleasant that is, even in a private school, and in a public kingdom it is, of course, much worse. The things that were missed were nothing much at first, a few little elephants, a hippopotamus or two, and some giraffes and things like that. It was nothing much, as I say, but it made people feel uncomfortable. Then, one day, a favourite rabbit of the princess's called Frederick mysteriously disappeared, and then came a terrible morning when the Mexican lapdog was missing. He had barked ever since the dragon came to the island, and people had grown quite used to the noise. When his barking suddenly ceased, it woke everybody up, and they all went out to see what was the matter, and the lapdog was gone. A boy was sent to wake the army, so that it might look for him, but the army was gone too, and the people began to be frightened. Then Uncle James came out onto the terrace of the palace, and he made the people a speech. He said, "Friends, fellow citizens, I cannot disguise from myself or from you that this purple dragon is a poor penniless exile, a helpless alien in our midst, and besides he is no end of a dragon." The people thought of the dragon's tail and said, "Hear, hear." Uncle James went on, "Something has happened to a gentle and defenseless member of our community. We don't know what has happened." Everyone thought of the rabbit named Frederick and groaned. "The defense of our country has been swallowed up," said Uncle James. Everyone thought of the poor army. "There's only one thing to be done," Uncle James was warning to his subjects. "Could we ever forgive ourselves if by neglecting a simple precaution we lost more rabbits, or even, perhaps, our navy, our police, and our fire brigade? For I warn you that the purple dragon will respect nothing, however sacred." Everyone thought of themselves, and they said, "What is a simple precaution?" Then Uncle James said, "Tomorrow is the dragon's birthday. He is accustomed to have a present on his birthday. If he gets a nice present, he will be in a hurry to take it away and show it to his friends, and he will fly off and never come back." The crowd cheered wildly, and the princess from her balcony clapped her hands. "The present the dragon expects," said Uncle James cheerfully, "is rather an expensive one. But when we give, it should not be in a grudging spirit, especially to visitors. What the dragon wants is a princess. We have only one princess, 'tis true, but far be it from us to display a miserly temper at such a moment, and the gift is worthless that costs the giver nothing. Your readiness to give up your princess will only show how generous you are. The crowd began to cry, for they loved their princess, though they quite saw that her first duty was to be generous and give the poor dragon what it wanted. The princess began to cry, for she did not want to be anybody's birthday present, especially a purple dragon's, and Tom began to cry because he was so angry. He went straight home and told his little elephant, and the elephant cheered him up so much that presently the two grew quite absorbed in the top that the elephant was spinning with his little trunk. Early in the morning Tom went to the palace. He looked out across the downs. There were hardly any rabbits playing there now, and then he gathered the wood, arose, and threw them at the princess's window till she woke up and looked out. "Come up and kiss me," she said. So Tom climbed up the white rose bush and kissed the princess through the window and said, "Many happy returns of the day." Then Mary Happy, or Marianne, began to cry and said, "Oh, Tom, how can you, when you know quite well?" "Oh, don't," said Tom. "Why, Marianne, my precious, my princess, what do you think I could be doing while the dragon was getting his birthday present? Don't cry, my own little Marianne. Fido and I have arranged everything. You've only got to do as you were told." "Is that all?" said the princess. "Oh, that's easy, I've often done that." Then Tom told her what she was to do, and she kissed him again and again. "Oh, you dear good Oliver Tom," she said, "how glad I am that I gave you Fido. You two have saved me, you dears." The next morning Uncle James got on his best coat and hat and the vest with the gold snakes on it. He was a magician and he had a bright taste in vests. Had he car or a cab to take the princess out? "Come, little birthday present," he said tenderly. "The dragon will be so pleased, and I'm so glad to see you're not crying. You know, my child, we cannot begin too young to learn to think of the happiness of others rather than our own. I should not like my dear little niece to be selfish, or to wish to deny a trivial pleasure to a poor sick dragon far from his home and friends." The princess said she would try to not be selfish. Presently the cab drew up near the pillar, and there was the dragon, his ugly purple head shining in the sun, and his ugly purple mouth half open. Uncle James said, "Good morning, sir. We have brought you a small present for your birthday. We don't like to let such an anniversary go by without a suitable testimonial, especially the one who is a stranger in our midst. Our means are small, but our hearts are large. We have but one princess, but we give her freely. Do we not, my child?" The princess said she supposed so, and the dragon came a little nearer. Suddenly a voice cried, "Run," and there was Tom, and he had brought a zoological guinea pig and a pair of billion hares with him. "Just to see fair," said Tom. Uncle James was furious. "What do you mean, sir?" he cried. by intruding on state function with your common ravens and things. Go away, naughty little boy, and play with him somewhere else. But while he was speaking, the rabbit had come up, one on each side of him, their great sights towering over so high, and now they pressed him between them, so that he was buried in their thick fur and almost choked. The princess meantime had run to the other side of the pillar, and was peeping around it to see what was going on. A crowd had followed the cab out of the town, and they reached the scene of the start function, and they all cried out, fair play, fair play. We can't go back on our word like this. Give a thing and take a thing. Why, it's never done. Let a poor exiled stranger dragon have his birthday present and then try to get it done, but a guinea pig stood in the way. Yes, Tom cried, fair play, St. Jewel, and your helpless exile shall have the princess, if you can catch her. Now then, Marianne. Marianne looked around the big pillar and called to the dragon, Bo, you can't catch me, and began to run as fast as ever she could. And the dragon ran after her. When the princess had run a half-mile, she stopped, dodged around a tree, and ran back to the pillar and around it, and the dragon after her. You see, he was so long he could not turn as quickly as she could, around and around the pillar and the princess. The first time she ran around a long way from the pillar, and then nearer and nearer, with the dragon after her all the time, and he was so busy trying to catch her that he never noticed that Tom had tied the very end of his long, tired, whipcordy tail to the rock, so that the more the dragon ran around, the more times he twisted his tail around the pillar. It was exactly like whining a top. Only the peg was the pillar and the dragon's tail was a string, and the magician was safe between the Belgian hairs and couldn't see anything but darkness or do anything but joke. Yeah, that's fair enough, goes. Honestly, something like that. When the dragon was wound on the pillar as much as he possibly could be, and as tired, like cotton on a reel, the princess stopped running, and though she had very little breath left, she managed to say, Yeah, who's won now? Oh, that's alright, probably not too long today. Probably finishing this chapter or story up, and bit of tongue drum for half an hour or so, and then leaving it off there. My energy is still very much depleted. This annoyed the dragon so much that he put all his strength, spread his great purple wings, and tried to fly at her. Of course his poor tail and pulled it very hard, so hard that he pulled the tail had to come, and the pillar had to come round with the tail, and the island had to come round with the pillar, and in another minute the tail was loose and the island was spinning round exactly like a top. It spun so fast that everyone fell flat on their faces and held on tight to themselves, because they felt something was going to happen, all but a magician who was choking between the Belgian hairs and felt nothing but fur and fury. And a little see the thing you would follow. Yeah, a little better indeed. Gonna need to get some long nights of sleep this weekend. Charge on back up, or try it at least. And something did happen. The dragon had sent the kingdom of Rotundia spinning the way it ought to have gone at the beginning of the world. As it spun around, all the animals began to change sizes. The guinea pigs got small, the elephants got big, and the men and women and children would have changed sizes too, if they had not had the sense to hold on to themselves very tight indeed, with both hands, which of course the animals could not be expected to know how to do. And the best of it was that when the small beast got big and the big beast got small, the dragon got small too, and fell at the princess's feet, a little crawling purple newt with wings. "Funny little thing," said the princess when she saw it. "I will take it for a birthday present." But while all the people were still on their faces, holding on tight to themselves, Uncle James the magician never thought of holding tight. He only thought of how to punish Belgian hares and the sons of gardeners. So when the big beast grew small, he grew small with the other beasts, and the little purple dragon, when he fell at the princess's feet, saw there a very small magician named Uncle James, and the dragon took him because it wanted a birthday present. So now all the animals were new sizes, and at first it seemed very strange to everyone to have great lumbering elephants and a tiny little dormouse. But I have gotten used to it now, and think no more of it than we do. Oh, this happened several years ago, and the other day I saw in the Rotundia Times an account of the wedding of the princess with Lord Thomas Gardner, KCD, and I knew she could not have married anyone but Tom. So I suppose they made him a lord on purpose for the wedding, and KCD, of course, means clever conqueror of the dragon. If you think that is wrong, it is only because you don't know how to spell in Rotundia. The paper said that among the beautiful presents of the bridegroom to the bride was an enormous elephant, on which the bridal pair made their wedding tour. This must have been Fido. You remember Tom promised to give him back to the princess when they were married. The Rotundia Times called the married couple the happy pair. It was clever of the paper to think of calling them that. It was such a pretty and novel expression. And I think it is truer than many other things you see in papers, because you see, the princess and the gardener's son were so fond of each other, they could not help being happy, and besides, they had an elephant of their very own to ride on. If that is not enough to make people happy, I should like to know what is. Though, of course, I know there are some greedy people, and some people who could not be happy unless they had a will to sell on, and perhaps not even then. But they are greedy, grasping people, the kind who would take 4 helps of pudding, as likely as not, which neither Tom nor Marianne ever did. And so concludes the story of Tom and the Peeps. Let's see, I think maybe do one more, then a bit of tongue drum, and end it off there for today. That's basically my max for as time goes for today anyways. But one more sounds good, and the stories are nice and separate, even though it's built up into like chapters. They're quite separate stories. So alright, let's jump into, let's call it story 3, the deliverers of their country. It all began with Effie's getting something in her eye, It hurt very much indeed, and it felt something like a red-hot spark, only it seemed to have legs as well, and wings like a fly. Heavy rubbed and cried, not real crying, but a kind your eye does all by itself, without your being miserable inside your mind. And then she went to her father to have the thing in her eye taken out. Heavy's father was a doctor, so of course he knew how to take things out of eyes. He did it very cleverly with a soft paintbrush dipped in castor oil. When he had gotten the thing out, he said, "This is very curious. Effie had often got things in her eye before, and her father had always seemed to think it was natural, rather tiresome and naughty perhaps, but still natural. He had never before thought it curious." Effie stood holding her handkerchief to her eye and said, "I don't believe it's out. People always say this when they've had something in their eyes." "Oh yes, it's out," said the doctor. "Here it is on the brush. This is very interesting." Effie had never heard her father say that about anything that she had any share in. She said, "What?" The doctor carried the brush very carefully across the room and held the point of it under his microscope. Then he twisted the brass screws of the microscope and looked through the top with one eye. "Dear me," he said, dear me. 4 well-developed limbs, a long caudal appendage, 5 toes, and equal in length, almost like one with the Saturday, yet there are 3 wings." The creature under his eye wriggled a little in the castor oil, and he went on. "Yes, a bat-like wing, a new specimen undoubtedly. Effie, run round to the professor and ask him to be kind enough to step in for a few minutes." "You might give me a 6pence, Daddy," said Effie, "because I did bring you the new specimen. I took great care of it inside my eye, and my eye does hurt." The doctor was so pleased with the new specimen that he gave Effie a shilling, and presently the professor stepped round. He stayed till lunch, and he and the doctor quarrelled very happily all the afternoon about the name of the familiar thing that had come out of Effie's eye. But at tea time another thing happened. Effie's brother Harry fished something out of his tea, which he thought at first was an earwig. He was just getting ready to drop it on the floor, and then it live in the usual way, when it shook itself in a spoon, spread 2 wet wings, and flopped onto the tablecloth. There it sat, stroking itself with its feet and stretching its wings, and Harry said, "Why, it's a tiny nude." Alright, sorry, one sec. The professor leaned forward before the doctor could say a word. "I'll give you half a crown for it, Harry, my lad," he said, speaking very fast, and he picked it up carefully on his handkerchief. "'Tis a new specimen," he said, "and finer than yours, Doctor. 'Twas a tiny lizard about half an inch long with scales and wings. So now the doctor and the professor each had a specimen, and they were both very pleased, but before long these specimens began to seem less valuable. For the next morning, when the knife boy was cleaning the doctor's boots, he suddenly dropped the brushes and the boots and the blacking and screamed out that he was burned. And from inside the boot came crawling a lizard as big as a kitten, with large shiny wings. "Why," said Effie, "I know what it is. 'Tis a dragon like the one St. George killed." And Effie was right. That afternoon, Towser was bitten in the garden by a dragon about the size of a rabbit, which he had tried to chase, and the next morning all the papers were full of the wonderful winged lizards that were appearing all over the country. The papers would not call them dragons, because of course no one believes in dragons nowadays, and at any rate the papers were not going to be so silly as to believe in fairy stories. At first there were only a few, but in a week or two the country was simply running alive with dragons of all sizes. And in the air you could sometimes see them as thick as a swarm of bees. They all looked alike, except just the size. They were green with scales, and they had 4 legs and a long tail and great wings, like bats' wings, only the wings were a pale, half-transparent yellow, like the gearboxes on bicycles. "Oh, and hello, Grungy, how do you do?" And well, I don't talk about it often. Sorry. And they breathe fire and smoke as all proper dragons must, but still the newspaper went on pretending they were lizards, until the editor and the standard was picked up and carried away by a very large one. And then the other newspaper people had not anyone left to tell them what they ought not to believe. So when the largest elephant in the zoo was carried off by a dragon, the paper gave up pretending and put alarming plague of dragons at the top of the paper. You have no idea how alarming it was, and at the same time how aggravating. The large-sized dragons were terrible, certainly, but when one had found out that the dragons always went to bed early because they were afraid of the chill night air, you had only to stay indoors all day and you were pretty safe from the big ones. But the smaller sizes were a perfect nuisance. The ones as big as earwigs got in the soup and were a perfect news. The ones as big as earwigs got in the soap, and I got in the butter. The ones as big as dogs got in the bath, and the fire and smoke inside them made 'em steam like anything when a cold water tap was turned on, so that careless people were often scalded quite severely. The ones that were as large as pigeons would get into work baskets or corner drawers and bite you when you were in a hurry to get a needle or a handkerchief. And the ones as big as sheep were easier to avoid because you could see them coming, or when they flew in at the windows and curled up on your rider down, and you did not find them till you went to bed. It was always a shock. The ones this side did not eat people, only lettuce, but they always scorched the sheets and pillowcase, dreadfully so. Of course, the county council and the police did everything that could be done. There was no use offering the hand of the princess to anyone who killed a dragon. This was all very well at one time, when there was only one dragon and one princess. But now, there were far more dragons than princesses, although the royal family was a large one. And besides, it would have been a mere waste of princesses to offer rewards for killing dragons, because everybody killed as many dragons as they could, quite out of their own heads and without rewards at all, just to get the nasty things out of the way. The county council undertook to cremate all dragons delivered to their offices between the hours of 10 and 2, and whole wagon loads and cat loads and truckloads of dead dragons could be seen any day of the week standing a long line in the street with the county council at their offices. Boys brought wheelbarrow loads of dead dragons, and children away home from morning school would call in to leave a handful or two of little dragons they had brought in their satchels or carried in their knotted pocket handkerchiefs. And yet there seemed to be as many dragons as ever, and the police stuck up great wood and canvas towers, covered with patent glue. When the dragons flew against these towers, they stuck fast, as flies and wasps do on the sticky papers in the kitchen. And when the towers were covered all over with dragons, the police inspector used to set fire to the towers and burn them and dragons and all. And yet there seemed to be more dragons than ever. The shops were full of patent dragon poison and anti-dragon soap, and dragon-proof curtains for the windows, and indeed everything that could be done was done, and yet there seemed to be more dragons than ever. It was not very easy to know what would poison a dragon, because you see, they ate such different things. The largest kind ate elephants, as long as there were any, and then went on with horses and cows. Another side ate nothing but lilies and fellies, and the third side ate only prime ministers, if they were to be had, and if not would feed freely on servants in livery. Another side lived on bricks, and 3 army, 2 turrets, and a south lumber infirmary in one afternoon. And hello, Mustafa. Thank you for giving me a hydrate. Good idea. But a sight he was most afraid of was about as big as your dining room, and that sight little girls and boys. At first, and their brother were quite Effie and their brother were quite pleased with the change in their lives. It was so amusing to sit up all night instead of going to sleep, and to play in the garden lighted by electric lamps, and it sounded so funny to hear mother say when they were going to bed, "Good night, my darlings, sleep sound, Tori, and don't get up too soon. You must not get up before it's quite dark. You wouldn't like the nasty dragons to catch you." But after a time they got very tired of it all. They wanted to see the flowers and trees growing in the fields, and to see the pretty sunshine out of doors, and not just through glass windows and patent dragon-proof curtains. And they wanted to play on the grass, which they were not allowed to do in the electric lamp-lighted garden because of the night dew. And they wanted so much to get out just for once in a beautiful, bright, dangerous daylight, but they began to try and think of some reason why they ought to go out, only they did not like to disobey their mother. But one morning their mother was busy preparing some new dragon poison to lay down in the cellars, and their father was bandaging the hand of the good boy, which had been scratched by one of the dragons who liked to eat prime ministers when they were to be had, so nobody remembered to say to the children, "Don't get up till it is quite dark." "Go now," said Harry. "It would not be disobedient to go, and I know exactly what we ought to do, but I don't know how we ought to do it." "Well, what ought we to do?" said Effie. "We ought to wake St. George, of course," said Harry. He was the only person in his own town who knew how to manage dragons. The people in the fairy tales don't count, but St. George is a real person, and he is only asleep and he is waiting to be waked up. Only nobody believes in St. George now. I heard father say so. "Well, we do," said Effie. "Of course we do, and don't you see, Eff? That's the very reason why we could wake him. You can't wake people if you don't believe in them, can ya?" Effie said no, but where could they find St. George? "We must go and look," said Harry boldly. "Yes, you are. A dragon-proof frock made of stuff like the curtains, and I will smear myself all over with the best dragon poison in." Effie clasped her hands and skipped with joy and cried, "Oh Harry, I know. Oh Harry, I know where we can find St. George. In St. George's Church, of course." Said Harry, wishing he had thought of it for himself. "You have a little sense sometimes for a girl." So the next afternoon, quite early, long before the beams of sunset announced the coming night, when everybody would be up and working, the two children got out of bed. Effie wrapped himself in a shawl of dragon-proof muslin. There was no time to make the frock, and Harry made a horrid mess of himself with a patent dragon poison. It was warranted harmless to infants and invalids, so he felt quite safe. Then they joined hands and set out to walk to St. George's Church. I should know there are many St. George's churches, but fortunately they took the turning that leads to the right one, and went along in the bright sunlight, feeling very brave and adventurous. There was no one about in the streets except dragons, and the place was simply swarming with them, Fortunately none of the dragons were just the right size for eating little boys and girls, or perhaps the story might have to add and there. There were dragons on the pavement, and dragons on the roadway, dragons basking on the front doorsteps of public buildings, and dragons preening their wings on the roofs in the hot afternoon sun. The town was quite green with them, even when the children had gotten out of the town and were walking in the lanes. They noticed that the fields on each side were greener than usual, with scaly legs and tails, and some of the smaller sizes had made themselves asbestos nests in the flowering hawthorn hedges. Effie held her brother's hand very tight, and once when a fat dragon flopped against her ear she screamed out, and the whole flight of green dragons arose from the field at the sound, and sprawled away across the sky. The children could hear the rattle of their wings as they flew. "Oh, I want to go home," said Effie. "Don't be silly," said Harry. "Surely you haven't forgotten about the 7 champions and all the princes. People who are going to be our country's deliverers never scream and say they want to go home." "And here we are, and are we?" asked Effie. "Deliverers, I mean." "You'll see," said her brother, and on they went. When they came to St. George's Church, they found the door open, and they walked right in, but St. George was not there. So they walked around the churchyard outside, and presently they found the great stone tomb of St. George, with the figure of him carved in marble outside in his armour and helmet, and with his hands folded on his breast. "However can we wake him?" they said. Then Harry spoke to St. George, but he would not answer, and he called, but St. George did not seem to hear. And then he actually tried to waken the green dragon slayer by shaking his marble shoulders, but St. George took no notice. Then Effie began to cry, and she put her arms around St. George's neck as well as she could for the marble, which was very much in the way at the back, and she kissed the marble face and she said, "Oh dear, good, kind St. George, please wake up and help us." And at that St. George opened his eyes sleepily and stretched himself and said, "What's the matter, little girl?" So the children told him all about it. He turned over in his marble and leaned on one elbow to listen, but when he heard that there were so many dragons, he shook his head. "'Tis no good," he said. "There would be one too many for poor old George. You should have waked me before. I was always for a fair fight. One man, one dragon was my motto." Just then a flight of dragons passed overhead, and St. George half drew his sword, but he shook his head again and pushed the sword back as a flight of dragons grew small in the distance. "I can't do a thing," he said. "Things had changed since my time. St. Andrew told me about it. They woke him up over the engineer strike, and he came to talk to me. He says everything is done by machinery now. There must be some way of settling these dragons. By the way, what sort of weather have you been having lately?" This seemed so careless and unkind that Harry would not answer, but Effie said patiently, "It has been very fine. Father says it is the hottest weather there have ever been in this country." "Ah, I guessed as much," said the champion thoughtfully. "Well, the only thing would be, dragons can't stand wet and cold. That's the only thing, if you could find the taps." St. George was beginning to settle down again on the stone slab. "Good night, very sorry I can't help you," he said, yawning behind his marble hands. "Oh, but you can," cried Effie. "Tell us, what taps?" "Oh, like in the bathroom," said St. George, still more sleepily. "And there's a looking-glass too. Shows you all the world and what's going on. St. Denis told me about it. Said it was a very pretty thing. I'm sorry I can't. Good night." And he fell back into his marble and was fast asleep again in a moment. "We shall never find the tap," said Harry. "I say, wouldn't it be awful if St. George woke up when there was a dragon there the size of each champion?" Effie pulled off her dragon-proof fill. "We didn't meet any the size of the dining room as we came along," she said. "I dare say we shall be quite safe." So she covered St. George with a fill, and Harry rubbed off as much as he could of the dragon poison under St. George's armour, so as to make everything quite safe for him. And hello, Sigrud. Not quite, not really. I upload my stream VoDs to YouTube. The kind of pressure from there, to at least be on a couple of different platforms. But it is just a stream VoDs right now. I don't really have the time for editing. Usually if I have the time for things like that, I prefer going live. Busy life, unfortunately. Kinda hard to prioritize everything. "We might hide in the streets, in the church, or in the church till it is dark," Harry said, and then... But at that moment a dark shadow fell on them, and they saw it was a dragon, exactly the size of the dining room at home. So then they knew where it all was lost. The dragon swooped down and caught the two children in his claws. He caught Evie by a green silk sash, and Harry by the little point at the back of his Eden jacket, and then spreading his great yellow wings, he rose into the air, rattling like a third-class carriage when the brake is hard on. "Oh, Harry," said Effie, "I wonder when he will hear us." The dragon was flying across woods and fields with great flaps of his wings, and carried him a quarter of a mile at each flap. Harry and Effie could see the country below, hedges and rivers and churches and farmhouses flowing away from under them, much faster than you see them running away from the side of the fastest express train. And still the dragon flew on. The children saw other dragons in the air as they went, but the dragon, who was as big as the dining room, never stopped to speak to any of them, but just flew on quite steadily. "He knows where he wants to go," said Harry. "Oh, if he would only drop us before he gets there." But the dragon held on tight, and he flew and flew and flew until at last, when the children were quite giddy, he settled down with a rattling of all his skills on the top of a mountain, and he lay there on this great green scaly side, panting and very much out of breath, because he had come such a long way, but his claws were fast in Effie's sash at a little point at the back of Harry's satin jacket. Then Effie took out a knife Harry had given her on her birthday. It had only cost only 6 pence to begin with, and she had had it a month, and it never could sharpen anything but slate pencils. But somehow she managed to make the knife cut her sash in front and crept out of it, leaving the dragon with only a green silk bow in one of his claws. That knife would never have cut Harry's jacket tail off though, and when Effie had tried for some time, she saw that it was so and gave it up. But with her help, Harry managed to wriggle quietly out of his sleeves, so that the dragon had only an Eton jacket in his other claw. Then the children crept on tiptoe to a crack in the wood, in the rocks, and got in. It was much too narrow for the dragon to get in, also, so they stayed in there and waited to make faces at the dragon when he felt rested enough to sit up and begin to think about eating them. He was very angry indeed when they made faces at him and blew out fire and smoke at them, but they ran farther into the cave, so they could not reach them, and when he was tired of blowing, he went away. But they were afraid to come out of the cave, so they went farther in, and presently the cave opened out and grew bigger, and the floor was soft sand, and when they had come to the very end of the cave there was a door, and on it was written, "Universal Tap Room, private, no one allowed inside." And hello, I don't know why I'm sad. And thank you for a follow. Hope you're not sad right now. Interesting name though, since, well, can quite relate. It can be hard knowing why you feel a certain way sometimes. So after seeing the written warning at the end of the cave at the door, they opened at once just to peep in, and they remembered what St. George had said. "We can't be worse off than we are," said Harry, "with the dragon waiting for us outside. Let's go in." They went boldly into the tap room and shut the door behind them, and now they were in a sort of room cut out of a solid rock, and all along one side of the room were taps, and all the taps were labelled with china labels like you see in baths, and they could both read words of 2 syllables or even 3 sometimes. They understood at once that they had gotten to the place where the weather is turned on from. There were 6 big taps labelled sunshine, wind, rain, snow, hill, ice, and a lot of little ones labelled fair to moderate, showery, south breeze, nice growing weather for the crops, skating, good open weather, south wind, east wind, and so on. And the big tab labelled sunshine was turned full on. They could not see any sunshine. The cave was lighted by a skylight of blue glass, so they supposed the sunlight was pouring out by some other way, as it does with a tap that washes out the underneath part of parent sinks and kitchens. And, I suppose you're quite right, I should have a bit of a look at maybe getting that somewhat positioned in a better spot. The fire crackles basically. right there, right now, isn't it? I don't really know how to do that audio-wise, but I'll have a look-see at some point, probably. To try and remember it. Heavy sets. Or wait. That's one paragraph later now. Then they saw at one side of the room was just a big looking glass, that when you looked in it you could see everything that was going on in the world, and all at once too, which is not like most looking glasses. They saw the carts delivering the dead dragons to the county council offices, and they saw St. George asleep under the dragon-proof veil. They saw their mother at home crying because her children had gone out in the dreadful, dangerous daylight, and she was afraid a dragon had eaten them. And they saw the whole of England like a great puzzle map, green in the field parts and brown in the towns, and black in the places where they make coal and crockery and cutlery and chemicals. All over it, and on the black parts, and on the brown, and on the green, there was a network of green dragons. And they could see that it was still broad daylight, and no dragons had gone to bed yet. Heavy sets. Dragons do not like cold, and she tried to turn off the sunshine, but her tap was out of order, and that was why there had been so much hot weather, and why the dragons had been able to be hatched. So they left the sunshine tap alone, and they turned on the snow and left the tap full on while they went to look. In the glass, there they saw the dragons running all sorts of ways, like ants if you were cruel enough to pour water into an ant heap, which of course you never are, and the snow fell more and more. Then Effie turned the rain tap quite full on, and presently the dragons began to wriggle less, and by some of them lay quite still, so the children knew the water had put out the fires inside them, and they were dead. So then they turned on the hill only half on, for fear of breaking people's windows, and after a while there were no more dragons to be seen moving. Then the children knew that they were indeed the deliverers of their country. "They will put up a monument to us," said Harry, "as high as Nelson's. All the dragons are dead." "I hope the one that was waiting outside for us is dead," said Effie. "And about the monument, Harry, I'm not so sure. What can they do with such a lot of dead dragons? It would take years and years to bury them, and they could never be burned now they are so soaking wet. I wish the rain would wash them off into the sea." But this did not happen, and the children began to feel that they had not been so frightfully clever after all. "I wonder what this old thing's for," said Harry. He had found a rusty old tap, which seemed as though it had not been used for ages. Its china label was quite coated over with dirt and cobwebs. Whenever he had cleaned it with a bit of dirt, bit of a skirt, for curiously enough, both the children had come out with their pocket handkerchiefs. She found that the label said, "Waste." "Let's turn it on," she said. "It might carry off the dragons." The tap was very stiff from not having been used for such a long time, but together they managed to turn it on, and then ran to the mirror to see what happened. Already a great round black hole had opened in the very middle of the map of England, and the sides of the map were tilting themselves up, so the rain ran down toward the hole. "Oh, hurrah, hurrah, hurrah," cried Effie, and she hurried back through the taps and turned on everything that seemed wet. Showery, good open weather, nice growing weather for the crops, and even south and southwest, because she had heard her father say that those winds brought rain. And now the floods of rain were pouring down on the country, and great sheets of water flew toward the centre of the map, and cataracts of water poured into the great round hole in the middle of the map, and the dragons were being washed away and disappearing down the waste pipe in great green masses and scattered green shoals. Single dragons and dragons by the dozen, of all sizes, from the ones that carry off elephants down to the ones that get in your tea. Presently, there was not a dragon left, so then they turned off the tap named Waste, and they half turned off the one labeled Sunshine. It was broken, so that they could not turn it off altogether, and they turned on Fair to Moderate and Showery, and both taps stuck, so that they could not be turned off, which accounts for our climate. Alright, let me take a quick small break. Having a quick look at something. Hello gamers, and how do you do? How do you do? I'm doing well, I'm doing well. I'm glad to hear you're doing good as well, and sorry if the typing's a bit louder, just reading some stuff. They are mechanical keys, MX Cherry Brown if I remember correctly. Not too loud, not too quiet, basically. They're not the loudest, definitely. I think it was brown, if I remember correctly. I think it's brown. Let me just do a quick look. What did the brown say again? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Cherry MX Browns I got. Should be able to see from the color, right? See, this was quite a trouble as well when I last wanted to clean it out. You should clean out your keyboard, but I don't know where I have the I don't know where I have the, like I got a little tool with my keyboard that like plucks off the keys, but I have no clue where I left that. Hold on. Alright. I think that's enough of a little break. Let's see. Sorry. Just very intrigued with something. Corsair K70 MK2 with Cherry MX low profile. Way too sensitive sometimes. I don't really know all the different ones. I don't know. I really like these ones I've got. I'm pretty sure they're MX Browns, but I can't say for certain. But yeah, I don't know. Not too loud, not too annoying. Not nothing too bad or weird. Nothing too sensitive. Nothing too. I'm good, Jerry. I'm just laughing at something. Right, suppose you're not in that Discord, so you may not know. You'll see. I'm pretty sure you'll hear. I'm pretty sure you'll hear. I don't know if I'm really the one to tell ya, so. Well, this is a fun smile. And hello, Jules Armando. Thank you for the follow. Oh, interesting goes again. I see on their side they have the full like breakdown of things like that. Come in, so I can see for like the Browns they have 55 centi-neutrons operating. I'm assuming that's centi-neutron CN. I'm not sure. And 2mm pre-travel and 4mm total travel. But yeah, you can get really specific with what you want. I kinda never bothered looking too much into it because the ones I got were perfectly fine for me. So the ones I got were like good. I'll take them. I like them a lot. So. Nice, Jerry, and I don't know. Jerry, I'm sure you'll hear what I'm laughing about a bit. I'm sure you'll hear. You get around the ASMR community. Just I'm probably not the person to hear it from. I don't know. 1mm. I'm guessing that's the pre-travel amount, right? Like the amount that it needs before, actually input the key. And the total travel that they have listed there, that's the amount it can fully go in, I think. If I'm reading that right. Super touchy. Yeah, I don't know. I do like as well you have like the little feedback as well and like mechanical keys. I quite like that. You'll hear, JD, you'll hear, I'm sure. But yeah, I don't know. I really like these guys. Anyhow, I kinda stopped right before the little small closing in their book, and then to take a little break, and then never finished it. Let me do that real quick, and then I'm finishing up with like 30 minutes or so of tongue drum time probably after. And after a small bathroom break probably. I do need to do that as well. And how did Harry and Daffy get home again? By the Snowdon Railway, of course. And was the nation grateful? Well, the nation was very wet, and by the time the nation got on dry again, it was interested in a new invention for toasting muffins by electricity, and all the dragons were almost forgotten. Dragons do not seem so important when they are dead and gone, and you know, there never was a reward offered. And what did father and mother say when Effie and Harry got home? My dear, that is a sort of silly question you children always will ask. However, just for this once, I don't mind telling you. Mother said, oh my darlings, you're safe, you're safe. You naughty children, how could you be so disobedient? Go to bed at once. And their father, the doctor, said, I wish I had known what you were going to do. I should have liked to preserve a specimen. I threw away the one I got out of Evie's eye. I intended to get a more perfect specimen. I did not anticipate this immediate extinction of the species. The professor said nothing, but he rubbed his hands. He had kept his specimen, the one the size of an earwig that he gave Harry half a crown for, and he has it to this day. You must get him to show it to you. And alright, that was the third little fill in it. And hold on, let me go on a bit of a typing spree again. And hope at least it's soothing ASMR wise. But yeah. I'll go take a little break in a sec. Well, I'm pretty sure I have Cherry Brown's Misk, so I say pretty sure. I looked for it not so long ago. The little tool to get like a key off, because you can just tell by the color on it, right? But I have no clue where I've left that tool. Let me just see if I can get a key out real quick. Just to wedge something under it and get it out or something. To see what kind of color it is. Right. Let's maybe not do that whilst my mouse pointer is focused on the skirt. There we go. I'm pretty sure that's brown. It's like a dark brown, so I'm pretty sure I've got just cherry browns. That is what I was thinking, so I don't know. And they are loud boys, but honestly for ASMR they're not that bad. I mean, I'll say this though, this mic is like, it's a condenser mic, so it's very close space kinda. Like I can walk off into the hallway and shout and it probably wouldn't be like terribly harshly audible. So I don't know, it being behind the microphone quite helps, I'm pretty sure, and if I were to ever buy a headtrack or a 3DO, like a binaural microphone like that, then they might be too loud, yeah. But for this setup, I'm pretty sure they're quite alright. I mean, far as I'm hearing it, they're louder than my talking right now, but I'm very close to the mic, of course, and all. But alright, let me take a quick little bathroom break. Let me swap this over very manually from reading mode to there we go, to ready mode. And I'll be back for about 30 minutes probably, something like that of tongue drum time. And then I need to be off to mod duty probably, but be right back. just check though with the tone drum real quick what the sound level is like. So I need to turn the gain a little bit up. So I need to talk a bit further away from it. So I'm also at a decent volume compared to it. Let's see about that maybe. I think that's alright. So that I can go back off and I can actually play for a while. So read. Maybe I should change my title, but yeah, exclamation mark, play it, play, of course, of course, of course. My force volume is still a bit. I should throw it up one more notch. Maybe more of that. Maybe more like that. Yeah, let's go like that. That's that tongue room. If the background remover doesn't cut it out, I can show. There you go. I basically can't play anything except for improvising on it. Which is great because they're in like a specific skill, so they, well, basically anything you play on it, just because they're in that musical skill, will sound good slash alright. And yeah, that is the right link, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've got the Penta C one on that link there. I've been looking at buying a hand pen by them as well. Also, you did get the Dutch link though. They have English on their site. The top right, if anyone's looking at them. But yeah, I've been looking at getting a hand pen by them as well because, surprisingly, their hand pens are very, very cheap far as hand pens go on the market. So whether it's then a good idea to get one from them instead of the more expensive makers, I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe you'll show in quality and the likes. But yeah, let me get back to playing. I'm also still reading the other stuff over there, but well, it's all just improv though. Oh, thanks, Jerry. I mean, I really love them. It's such a pleasure working with the artists as well. For Destinies who made them. Should put a little panel up or something for them down below. Also, run one thing. Hello, Healy, and thank you for the follow. And let me see, does anyone know? Mr. Chubby should be live by now, right? Yeah, yes. Alright, I can go a bit longer. I don't know why, but Chubby is kind of like the one guy that kind of knows, like, I've got my duty in about an hour. So if I raid him around this time, he knows I'm raiding and running. Probably. So I'll probably raid Chubby then. No one spoil that, but it'll be a while still. Hello, Natty, how are you? Hope you're doing well. And thank you, miss. Thank you. And yeah, for anyone who doesn't know already and is looking for some more ASMR, go follow the lovely Natty ASMR. As well, Gordock. Honestly, since you like tongue run quite a bit, right, for ASMR, I wonder what you'll think of a handpan. Since their sound is similar, but so much more warmer and, well, I guess that's way more noticeable in person, but I don't know. I hope it's noticeable if I ever get one. And I'm doing well, Mary. How are you? How are you? Take care, Ghost. Take care. Right. It's a good reminder. I usually turn the fire round off when playing Room, to be honest. I need to go look for a like a rain sound effect for under it. It is now. I'll just leave it on then. So I've got more than an hour left for today at the very least. It does go well together. Maybe I'll just leave it on then normally as well. I paid for that fire round, about $2 or so, but I did pay for it. Enjoy the work, Nanny. Enjoy, enjoy. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Nari. Thank you so much for the bets. probably should have changed my my title, but I'm not reading anymore. Ending soon anyway, so just gonna leave it. It's what else. Hold on one sec. signing off soon, unfortunately. There's a chance I may not be ending soonish, actually. There's a chance in the cards. Sleep well, dearie, by the way. I don't know. Midwest, thank you for keeping me hydrated. Just got a bit of typing in. Let's see, I think that's that. Yeah. So I might swap back over to reading the Book of Dragons down actually, in a sec. Well, let me actually just go through that right now. So, let me take a quick small break. Turn this down again, a bit closer again. And swapping on back over to some reading in a sec, but I'll take a quick break first. So quick break, getting some water. And then back to some stories from the Book of Dragons. Be right back. See you all in a sec, or no. Right, I forgot to take my water jug with me, so I'll have to keep it to be right back. But I'll be right back, I suppose. No, what's the matter? I will type a bit anyways. Alright, let me go grab that water. I probably do need further writing. Maybe I'll even finish the Book of Dragons today. That might actually be possible. That'd be nice, I think, actually. It'll be a long stream, but I'm actually kind of liking that idea, so we'll see. I'll be right back again, sorry about the double break. Alright, let me turn that back off. Alright. Did I do 3 other stories? I did. So there's 5 stories left. Which I probably can do in the time I've got. Alright, let me jump back into the Book of Dragons. There so far have been just loose stories, so probably don't need any like recaps. They're just loose stories about well, about dragons, usually in the center of it. Alright, let's jump into the 4th story. The Ice Dragon, or Do As You Are Told. This is the tale of the wonder that befell on the evening of the 11th of December, when they did what they were told to do. You may think, as you know, the unpleasant things that could possibly happen to you if you are disobedient, But there are some things which even you will not know, and they do not know them either. Their names were George and Jane. There were no fireworks that year on Guy Fawkes' Day, because the heir to their throne was not well. He was cutting his first tooth, and that is a very anxious time for any person, even for a royal one. He was really very poorly, so that fireworks would have been in the worst possible taste, even at Land's End or in the Isle of Man. Whilst in Forest Hill, which was the home of Jane and George, anything of the kind was quite out of the question. Even the Crystal Palace, empty-headed as it is, felt this was no time for Catherine Wheels. But when the prince had cut his tooth, rejoicings were not only admissible, but correct, and the 11th of December was proclaimed Firework Day. All the people were most anxious to show their loyalty and to enjoy themselves at the same time. So there were fireworks and torchlight processions and set pieces at the Crystal Palace with blessings on our prince and long live our royal darling, in different coloured fires, and the most private of boarding schools had a half-full array, and even the children of plumbers and authors had tuppence each given them to spend as they liked. Autumn. Well, sorry. Getting distracted with stuff. Shouldn't let myself get distracted, should I? George and Jane had 6 pence each, and they spent the whole amount on gold on the rain, which would not light for ever so long, and when it did light, it went out almost at once, so they had to look at the fireworks in the gardens next door, and at the ones at the Crystal Palace, which were very glorious indeed. All their relations had coats on their hats, so Jane and George were allowed to go out into the garden alone to let off their firework. Jane had put on her fur cape and her thick gloves, and the coat with a silver fox fur on it that was made out of mother's old muff, and George had his overcoat with the 3 capes, and his comforter and father's sealskin travelling cap with the pieces that come down over your ears. It was dark in the garden, but the fireworks all about made it seem very joyful, and though the children were cold, they were quite sure that they were enjoying themselves. They got up on the fence at the end of the garden to see better, and then they saw very far away, where the edge of the dark world is, a shining line of straight, beautiful lights arranged in a row, as if they were the spears carried by a fairy army. "Oh, how pretty," said Jane. "I wonder what they are. It looks as if the fairies were planting little shining baby poplar trees and watering them with liquid light." Liquid fiddlestick, said George. He had been to school, so he knew that these were only the aurora borealis, or northern lights, and he said so. But what is the roaring boreal? What's his name? Asked Jane. Who lights it, and what's it there for? George had to own that he had not learned that. But I know, said he, that it has something to do with the Great Bear and the Dipper and the Plough and the Charles's Way. And what are they? Asked Jane. Oh, they're the surnames of some of the star families. There goes a jolly rocket, answered George, and Jane felt as if she almost understood about the star families. The fairy spears of light twinkled and gleamed. They were much prettier than the big, blaring, blazing bonfire that was smoking and flaming and spluttering in the next door but one garden, prettier even than the coloured fires at the Crystal Palace. I wish we could see them nearer, Jane said. I wonder if the star families are nice families. The kind that Mother would like us to go to tea with, if we were little stars. They aren't that sort of families at all, silly, said her brother kindly, trying to explain. I only said families because a kid like you wouldn't have understood if I'd said Constal. And besides, I've forgotten the end of the word. Anyway, the stars are all up in the sky, so you can't go to tea with them. No, said Jane. I said if we were little stars. But we aren't, said George. No, said Jane, with a sigh. I know that. I'm not so stupid as you think, George. But the Tory boys are somewhere at the edge. Couldn't we go and see them? Considering your age, you haven't much sense. George kicked his boots against the fencing to warm his toes. It's half the world away. It looks very near, said Jane, hunching up her shoulders to keep her neck warm. We're close to the North Pole, said George. Look here, I don't care a straw about the aurora borealis, but I shouldn't mind discovering the North Pole. It's awfully difficult and dangerous, and then you come home and write a book about it, with a lot of pictures, and everybody says how brave you are. Jane got off the fence. Oh, George, she said. We shall never have such a chance again, all alone by ourselves, and quite late too. I'd go right enough if it wasn't for you. George answered gloomily. But you know, they always say I lead you into mischief, and if we went to the North Pole, we should get our boots wet as likely as not, and you remember what they said about not going on the grass. They said the lawn, said Jane. We're not going on the lawn, oh George. Do, let's. It doesn't look so very far. We could be back before they had time to get dreadfully angry. Well, all right, said George, but mind, I don't want to go. So off they went. They got over the fence, which was very cold and white and shiny because it was beginning to freeze, and on the other side of the fence was somebody else's garden. So they got out of it as quickly as they could, and beyond that was a field where there was another big bonfire, with people standing around it who looked quite dark-skinned. Was thinking for a sec whether I should translate that, but it's alright. The book doesn't look like that. The book is old, but it doesn't look like it's too looks like Indian, said George, and wanted to stop and look, but Jane pulled him on, and they passed by the bonfire and got through a gap in the hedge into another field. A bigger one, and far away, beyond quite a number of other dark fields, the northern light shone and sparkled and twinkled. Now during the winter the Arctic regions come much farther south than they are marked on the map. Very few people notice, but you would think they could tell it by the eyes and the jocks of a morning. And just when George and Jane were starting for the North Pole, the Arctic regions had come down very nearly as far as Forest Hill, so that as the children walked on, it grew colder and colder, and presently they saw that the fields were covered with snow, and there were great icicles hanging from the edges, and gates, and the northern light still seemed some way off. They were crossing a very rough, snowy field when Jane first noticed the animals. There were white rabbits and white hares, and all sorts and sizes of white birds, and some larger creatures in the shadows of the hedges that Jane was sure were wolves and bears. And yeah, Tom, I am in fact gay, yeah. What about that? Is that a problem? I hope no, if else, so if you're wondering why I didn't respond to the other comments, they were boring me a bit, so I didn't really bother, sorry for that. Untitled Chapter, how you do? Hope you're well. Polar bears and Arctic wolves, of course, I mean, she said, for she did not want George to think her stupid again. There was a great hedge at the end of this field, all covered with snow and icicles, but the children found a place where there was a hole, and as no bears or wolves seemed to be just in that part of the hedge, they crept through and scrambled out of the frozen ditch on the other side, and then they stood still and held their breath with wonder. And well, that do kinda be where my speaking comes from, but advice to you, speak less from your chest, more from your brain. Could use a hint more of intelligence. Take that for what you will. For in front of them, running straight and smooth right away to the northern lights, lay a great wide road of pure dark ice, and on each side were tall trees all sparkling with white frost, and from the boughs of the trees hung strings of stars threaded on fine moonbeams, and shining so brightly that 'twas like a beautiful fairy daylight. Jane said so, but George said it was like the electric light at the Earl's Court exhibition. The rows of trees went as straight as ruled lines away, away and away, and at the other end of them shone the Aurora Borealis. There was a signpost of silvery snow, and on it in letters of pure ice the children read, "This way to the North Pole." And yeah, sorry about that, guys. I normally get rid of trolls way quicker, but I don't know. Earlier today I had one that kind of really gave me some energy, so I figured let's try it again. And it did work. So I'll have to thank him for that if they're still around. I guess they don't have a clue what I'm saying either, but oh well. Let me not get too distracted. Then George said, way or no way, I know a slayer when I see one, so here goes. Harry took a run on the frozen snow, and Jane took a run when she saw him do it, and the next moment they were sliding away, each with feet half a yard apart, along a great slide that leads to the North Pole. This great slide is made for the convenience of the polar bears, who during the winter months get their food from the army and navy stores, and is the most perfect slide in the world. You have never come across it. This because you have never lit off fireworks on the 11th of December, and have never been thoroughly naughty and disobedient. But do not be these things in the hope of finding the great slide, because you might find something quite different, and then you will be sorry. Alright. Nice ghost talk. When's it time for you to head on home? It's been a slow day, right? So probably soon, I'd assume. Yeah, well, take care, stay safe, and have a good ride home when you do. It normally would still be a bit, wouldn't it? About an hour or so. I remember dumb things I don't need to remember at all sometimes. Like those kind of times, for example. Oh, Viking, thank you for the wreath up. And nice, glad you like him. Well, there we go. I left a 10 out of 10 one in for that. I did see some people using it already before. Yeah, 2 more hours. Yeah. I'm glad you like him. I hope you're doing well, Viking. Let me jump back into the story though. I fared off a bit, didn't I? The great slide is like common slides, and that's when one Jeff starts, you have to go on to the end, unless you fall down, and then it hurts just as much as the smaller kind on ponds. The great slide runs downhill all the way, so that you keep on going faster and faster and faster. George and Jane went so fast that they had not time to notice the scenery. They only saw the long lines of frosted trees and the starry lamps on each side, rushing back as they slid on, a very broad, white world on a very large black night, and overhead as well as in the trees the stars were bright like silver lamps, and far ahead shone and trembled and sparkled the line of fairy spears. Jane said that, and George said, "I can see the northern lights quite plain." Well, I still need to put a lot more work in it, to be very honest. Like, so much more work that I need to put into it. Just hadn't got the time in, unfortunately. But I wanted to put in way more. Maybe, hopefully, someday. It is very pleasant to slide and slide and slide on clear, dark eyes, especially if you feel you are really going somewhere, and more especially if that somewhere's the North Pole. The children's feet made no noise on the ice, and they went on and on in a beautiful white silence. But suddenly the silence was shattered, and a cry rang out over the snow. "Hey, you there, stop." "Tumble for your life," cried George, and he fell down at once, because this was the only way to stop. Jane fell on top of him, and then they crawled on hands and knees through the snow at the edge of the slide. And there was a sportsman dressed in a peaked cap and a frozen moustache like the one you see in the pictures about Ice Peter, and he had a gun in his hand. "You don't happen to have any bullets about you," said he. "No," George said carefully, truthfully. "I had 5 of Father's revolver cartridges, but they were taken away the day Nurse turned out my pockets to see if I had taken them up at a bedroom door by mistake." "Quite so," said the sportsman. "These accidents will occur. You don't carry firearms then, I presume?" "I haven't any firearms," said George, "but I have a firework. It's only a squib one of the boys gave me, if that's any good." And he began to feel among the string and peppermints and buttons and tops and nips and chalk and foreign postage stamps in his knickerbocker pockets. "One could but try," the sportsman replied, and he held out his hand. But Jane pulled at her brother's jacket till and whispered, "Ask him what he wants it for." So then the sportsman had to confess that he wanted the firework to kill the white grouse with, and when they came to look, there was the white grouse himself sitting in the snow, looking quite pale and careworn, and waiting anxiously for the matter to be decided one way or another. Have a nice little go. Enjoy. George put all the things back in his pockets and said, "No, I shan't. The reason for shooting him stopped yesterday. I heard Father say so it wouldn't be fair anyhow. I'm very sorry, but I can't, so there." The sportsman said nothing, only he shook his fist at Jane, and then he got on the slide and tried to go toward the Crystal Palace, which was not easy because that way is uphill, so I left him trying and went on. Before they started, the white grouse thanked him in a few pleasant, well-chosen words, and then they took a sideways slanting run and started off again on the great slide, and so away toward the North Pole at a twinkling beautiful light. The great slide went on, and the light did not seem to come much nearer, and the white silence wrapped around them as they slid along the wide icy path. Then once again the silence was broken to bits by someone calling. "Hey, you there, stop." "Tumble for your life," cried George, and tumbled as before, stopping in the only possible way, and Jane stopped at the top of him, and they crawled at the edge and came suddenly on a butterfly collector, who was looking for specimens with a pair of blue glasses, and a blue net and a blue book with coloured plates. "Excuse me," said the collector, "but have you such a thing as a needle about you? A very long needle?" "I have a needle book," replied Jane politely, "but there aren't any needles in it now. George took them all to do the things with pieces of cork, and the boy's own scientific experimenter and the young mechanic. He did not do the things, but he did for needles." "Curiously enough," said the collector, "I too wish to use the needle in connection with cork." "I have a hatpin in my hood," said Jane. "I fastened the fur with it when it caught in the nail on the greenhouse door. 'Tis very long and sharp. Would that do?" "One could but try," said the collector, and Jane began to feel for the pin, but George pinched her arm and whispered, "Ask what he wants it for." Then the collector had to own that he wanted the pin to stick through the great Arctic moth. "A magnificent specimen," he added, "which I am most anxious to preserve." And there, sure enough, in the collector's butterfly net sat a great Arctic moth, listening attentively to the conversation. "Oh, I couldn't," cried Jane, and when George was explaining to the collector that they would really rather not, Jane opened the blue folds of the butterfly net and asked the moth quietly if it would please step outside for a moment, and it did. When the collector saw that the moth was free, he seemed less angry than grieved. "Well, well," said he, "here's a whole Arctic expedition thrown away, as you have to go home and fit out another, and it means a lot of writing to the papers and things. You seem to be a singularly thoughtless little girl." So they went on, leaving him too, trying to go uphill towards the Crystal Palace. When the great white Arctic moth had returned thanks in a suitable speech, George and Jane took a sideways slanting run and started sliding again, between the star lamps along the great slide toward the North Pole. They went faster and faster, and the lights ahead grew brighter and brighter, so that they could not keep their eyes open, but had to blink and wink as they went. And then suddenly the great slide ended in an immense heap of snow, and George and Jane shook right into it, because they could not stop themselves, and the snow was soft, so that they went in up to their very ears. When they had picked themselves out and thumped each other on the back to get rid of the snow, they shaded their eyes and looked, and there, right in front of them, was the wonder of wonders, the North Pole towering high and wide and glistening, like an ice lighthouse, and was quite close, so that you had to put your head as far back as it would go, and farther before you could see right up at it. It was made entirely of ice. You will hear grown-up people talk a great deal and nonsense about the North Pole, and when you are grown up, it is even possible that you may talk nonsense about it yourself. The most unlikely things do happen, But deep down in your heart you must always remember that the North Pole is made of clear ice, and could not possibly, if you can think of it, be made of anything else. Right, and JD left for sleep, didn't he? Yeah, he did. I was gonna say, I think the other thing is, he could plenty well hear from me, but he'll hear it, it's whatever. All around the pole, making a bright ring about it, were hundreds of little fires, and the flames of them did not flicker and twist, but went blue and green and rosy, and strayed like the stalks of dream lilies. Jane said so, but George said they were as strange as Rembrandts, and these flames were the aurora borealis, which the children had seen as far away as Forest Hill. The ground was quite flat, and covered with smooth hard snow, which shone and sparkled like the top of a birthday cake that has been iced at home. The ones done at the shop should not shine and sparkle, because they mix flour with the icing sugar. "'Tis like a dream," said Jane, and George said, "'Tis the North Pole, this stink at a fuss people always make about getting here, and 'twas no trouble at all, really." "I dare say lots of people have gone there," said Jane dismally. "It's not the getting here, I see that. It's the getting back again. Perhaps no one will ever know that we have been here, and the robins will cover us with leaves and—" "Nonsense," said George. "There aren't any robins and there aren't any leaves. 'Tis just the North Pole, that's all, and I found it, and now I shall try to climb up and plant the British flag on the top. My handkerchief will do, and if it is really is the North Pole, my pocket compass Uncle James gave me will spin round and round, and then I shall know. Come on." So Jane came on, and when they got close to the clear, tall, beautiful flames, they saw that there was a great, queer-shaped lump of ice all around the bottom of the pole. Clear, smooth ice, shining ice, that was deep, beautiful Prussian blue, like icebergs in the thick parts, and all sorts of wonderful glimmery, shimmery, changing colours in the thin parts, like the cut glass chandelier in Grandmama's house in London. "'Tis a very curious shape," said Jane. "'Tis almost like—" She moved back a step to get a better view of it. "'Tis almost like a dragon. 'Tis much more like a lamppost on the Thames embankment," said George, who had noticed a curly thing like a till that went twisting up the North Pole. "Oh, George," cried Jane. "It is a dragon. I can see its wings. Whatever shall we do?" And sure enough, it was a dragon. A great shining winged, scaly clawy, big-mouthed dragon, made of pure ice. It must have gone to sleep, crawled around the hole where the warm stream used to come up from the middle of the earth, and then when the earth got colder and a column of steam froze, it was turned into the North Pole. The dragon must have gotten frozen in his sleep, frozen too hard to move, and there he stayed, and though he was very terrible, he was very beautiful too. Jane said so, but George said, "Oh, don't bother. I'm thinking how to get home to the pole and try to compass without waking the brood." "Hello there, suspicious tissue. How are ya?" "I'm doing well, I'm doing well. Just chilling and reading. Once again, for a while." The dragon certainly was beautiful, with this deep, clear Prussian blueness, and this rainbow-coloured glitter, and rising from within the cold coil of his frozen dragon. The North Pole shot up like a pillar made of one great diamond, and every now and then it cracked a little, from sheer cold. The sound of the cracking was the only thing that broke the great white silence in the midst of which the dragon lay like an enormous jewel, and the straight flames went up all around him, like the stalks of tall lilies. Oh, thank you, suspicious, thank you. That you like it. And as the children stood there looking at the most wonderful sight their eyes had ever seen, there was a soft padding of feet and a hurry-scurry behind them, and from the outside darkness beyond the flame stalks came a crowd of little brown creatures running, jumping, scrambling, tumbling head over heels, and on all fours, and some even walking on their heads. They joined hands as they came near the fires, and danced around in a ring. "'Tis bear," said Jane. "I know there is. Oh, how I wish we hadn't come, and my boots are so wet." The dancing ring broke up suddenly, and the next moment hundreds of furry arms clutched at George and Jane, and they found themselves in the middle of a great, soft, heaving crowd of little fat people in brown fur dresses, and the white silence was quite gone. "Bears indeed," cried a shrill voice. "You'll wish we were bears before you've done with us." This sounded so dreadful that Jane began to cry. Up to now the children had only seen the most beautiful and wondrous things, but now they began to be sorry they had done what they were told not to, and the difference between lawn and grass did not seem so great as it had at Forest Hill. Directly Jane began to cry, all the people started back. No one cries in the Arctic regions for fear of being struck by the frost, so that these people have never seen anyone cry before. And hello, Alison. Thank you for a follow. Hope you're well. "No, don't cry for real," whispered George, "or you get chilblains in your eyes, but pretend to howl. It frightens them." So Jane went on pretending to howl, and the real crying stopped. It always does when you begin to pretend. You try it. Then, speaking very loud so as to be heard over the howls of Jane, George said, "Yeah, who's afraid? We are George and Jane. Who are you?" "We are sealskin dwarves," said the people, twisting their furry bodies in and out of the crowd, like the changing glass in kaleidoscopes. "We are very precious and expensive, for we are made throughout of the very best sealskin." "And what are those fires for?" bellowed George, for Jane was crying louder and louder. "Those," shouted the dwarfs, coming a step nearer, "are the fires we make to thaw the dragon. He is frozen now, so he sleeps clawed up around the pole, but when we have thawed him with our fires, he will wake up and go, and eat everybody in the world except us." "Whatever do you want him to do that for?" yelled George. "Oh, just for spite," bowed the dwarfs carelessly, as if they were saying, "just for fun." Jane stopped crying to say, "You're a heartless people." "No, we aren't," they said. "Our hearts are made of the finest sealskin, just like little fat sealskin purses." And they all came a step nearer. They were very fat and round. Their bodies were like sealskin jackets on a very stout person. Their heads were like sealskin muffs, their legs were like sealskin boas, and their hands and feet were like sealskin tobacco pouches, and their faces were like seals' faces, inasmuch as they too were covered with sealskin. "Thank you so much for telling us," said George. "Good evening. Keep on howling, Jane." But the dwarfs came a step nearer, muttering and whispering. Then the muttering stopped, and there was a silence so deep that Jane was afraid to howl in it. But it was a brown silence, as yet like the white silent beller. Then the chief dwarf came quite close and said, "What's that on your hats?" And George felt it was all up, for he knew it was his father's sealskin cap. The dwarf did not wait for an answer. "It's made of one of us," he screamed, "or else one of the seals are poor relations. Boy, now your fate is sealed." Looking at the wicked seal faces all around them, George and Jane felt that their fate was sealed indeed. The dwarfs seized the children in their furry arms. George kicked, but it is no use kicking sealskin, and Jane howled, but the dwarfs were getting used to that. They climbed up the dragon's side and dumped the children down his icy spine, with their backs against the North Pole. You have no idea how cold it was. The kind of cold that makes you feel small and prickly inside your clothes. It makes you wish you had 20 times as many clothes to feel small and prickly inside of. The sealskin dwarfs tied George and Jane to the North Pole, and as they had no ropes, they bound them with snow wreaths, which are very strong when they are made in the proper way, and they heaped up the fires very close and said, "Now the dragon will get warm, and when he gets warm he will wake, and when he wakes he will be hungry, and when he is hungry he will begin to eat, and the first thing he will eat will be you." The little, sharp, many-colored flames sprang up, like the stalks of dream lilies, but no heat came to the children, and they grew colder and colder. "We shan't be very nice when the dragon does eat us, that's one comfort," said George. "We shall be turned into ice long before that." Suddenly there was a flapping of wings, and the white grouse perched on the dragon's head and said, "Can I be of any assistance?" Now by this time the children were so cold, so very, very cold, that they had forgotten everything but that, and they could say nothing else, so the white grouse said, "One moment, I am only too grateful for this opportunity of showing my sense of your manly conduct about the firework." And the next moment there was a soft whispering rustle of wings overhead, and then fluttering slowly, softly down, came hundreds and thousands of little white fluffy feathers. They fell on George and Jane like snowflakes, and like flakes of fallen snow, lying one above another. They grew into a thicker and thicker covering, so that presently the children were buried under a heap of white feathers, and only their faces peeped out. "Oh, you dear, good, kind white grouse," said Jane, "but you will be cold yourself, won't you? Now you have given us all your pretty dear feathers." The white grouse laughed, and his laugh was echoed by thousands of kinds of bird voices. "Did you think all of those feathers came out of one breast? There are hundreds and hundreds of us here, and every one of us can spare a little tuft of soft breast feathers to help to keep two kind little hearts warm." Then spoke the grouse, who certainly had very pretty manners. "Hello, sulky spirit, how do you do? Thank you for the follow, hope you're well." A quick water break. starting to hurt a bit, but I think that's because of bad posture during the tongue drum time. So now the children snuggled under the feathers and were warm, and when the sealskin dwarf started to take the feathers away, the grouse and his friends flew in their faces with flappings and screamed, and drove the dwarfs back. They are a cowardly folk. The dragon had not moved yet, but then he might at any moment get warm enough to move, and though George and Jane were now warm, they were not comfortable nor easy in their minds. They tried to explain to the grouse, but though he is polite, he is not clever, and he only said, "You've got a warm nest, and we'll see that no one takes it from you. What more can you possibly want?" Just then came a new, strange, jerky fluttering of wings far softer than the grouse's, and George and Jane cried out together, "Oh, do mind your wings in the fires," for they saw at once it was the great white Arctic moth. "What's the matter?" he asked, settling on the dragon's tail, so they told him. "Sealskin are they," said the moth. "Just you wait a minute." He flew off very crookedly, dodging the flames, and presently he came back, and there were so many moths with him that it was as if a live sheet of white wingedness were suddenly drawn between the children and the stars, and then the doom of the bad sealskin dwarfs fell suddenly on them. For the great sheet of winged whiteness broke up and fell as snowfalls, and it fell upon the sealskin dwarfs, and every snowflake of it was alive, fluttering hungry moth that buried its greedy nose deep in the sealskin fur. Grown-up people will tell you that it is not moths but moths' children who eat fur, but this is only when they are trying to deceive you. When they are not thinking about you, they say, "I fear the moth have got my ermine tippet," or "Your poor Aunt Emma had a lovely sable cloak, but was eaten by moths." And now there were more moths than ever been together in this world before, all settling on the sealskin dwarfs. The dwarfs did not see their danger till it was too late. Then they called for camphor and bitter apple, and oil of lavender and yellow soap and borax, and some of the dwarfs even started to get these things, but long before any of them could get to the chemist's, all was over. The moths ate and ate and ate till the sealskin dwarfs, being one on the snow, and so came to their end. And all round the North Pole the snow was brown with their flat bare pelts. "Oh, thank you, darling Arctic moth," cried Jane. "You are good. I do hope you haven't eaten enough to disagree with you afterward." Millions of moth voices answered with laughter as soft as moth wings. "We should be a poor set of fellows if we couldn't overeat ourselves once in a while, to oblige a friend." And off they all fluttered, and the white grouse flew off, and the sealskin dwarfs were all dead, and the fires went out, and George and Jane were left alone in the dark with the dragon. "Oh dear," said Jane, "this is the worst of all. We've no friends left to help us," said George. He never thought that the dragon himself might help them, but then that was an idea that would never have occurred to any boy. It grew colder and colder and colder, and even under the grouse feathers the children shivered. Then, when it was so cold that it could not manage to be any colder without breaking the thermometer, it stopped. And then the dragon uncurled himself from around the North Pole and stretched his long icy length over the snow, and said, "This is something like, How faint those fires did make me feel. The fact was, the sealskin dwarf had gone the wrong way to work. The dragon had been frozen so long that now he was nothing but solid ice all through, and the fires only made him feel as if he were going to die. But when the fires were out, he felt quite well and very hungry. He looked around for something to eat, but he never noticed George and Jane, because they were frozen to his back. He moved slowly off, and the snow wreaths that bound the children to the pole gave way with a snap, and there was the dragon crawling south with George and Jane on his great scaly icy shining back. Of course the dragon had to go south if he went anywhere, because when you get to the North Pole there is no other way to go. The dragon rattled and tingled as he went, exactly like the cut glass chandelier when you touch it as you are strictly forbidden to do. Of course there are a million ways of going south from the North Pole, so you will own that it was lucky for George and Jane when the dragon took the right way and suddenly got his heavy feet on the great slide. Off he went full speed, between the starry lamps toward Forest Hill and the Crystal Palace. "He is going to take us home," said Jane. "Oh, he is a good dragon, I am glad." George was rather glad too, though neither of the children felt at all sure of their welcome, especially as their feet were wet, and they were bringing a strange dragon home with them. They went very fast, because dragons can go uphill as easily as down. You would not understand why if I told you, because you are only in long division at present. Yet if you want me to tell you so you can show off to other children, I will. It is because dragons can get their tails into the fourth dimension and hold on there, and when you can do that, everything else is easy. The dragon went very fast, only stopping to eat the collector and the sportsman, who were still struggling to go up the slide, vainly because they had no tails and had never even heard of the fourth dimension. When the dragon got to the end of the slide, he crawled very slowly across the dark field beyond, the field where there was a bonfire next to the next door garden at Forest Hill. He went slower and slower, and in the bonfire field he stopped altogether, and because the Arctic regions had not gone down so far as that, and because the bonfire was very hot, the dragon began to melt and melt and melt, and before the children knew it, what he was doing, they found themselves sitting in a large pool of water, and their boots were as wet, and there was not a bit of a dragon left. So they went indoors. Of course some grown-ups or other noticed at once that the boots of George and Jane were wet and muddy, and they had both been sitting down in a very damp place, so they were sent to bed immediately. It was long past their time anyhow. Now, if you are of an inquiring mind, not at all a nice thing in a little child who reads fairy tales, you will want to know how it is that since the sealskin dwarfs have all been killed, and the fires all been let out, the aurora borealis shines on cold nights as brightly as ever. My dear, I do not know. I am not too proud to own that there are some things I know nothing about, and this is one of them. But I do know that whoever had lighted those fires again, it is certainly not the sealskin dwarfs. They were all eaten by moths, and moth-eaten things are of no use, even to light fires. And alright, let me take a quick little break and breather before I jump into the fifth story. Hope you're all doing well and plenty well. Getting into the EU night time actually soonish, so might have some EU viewers for once in a bit. Alright, gonna sit back a bit more. Maybe I shouldn't get up and stretch my back for a sec in between stories. Let me do that real quick. Hold on, be right back. Oh, Ghost Dog, it's often very quiet there. Very, very quiet. But that's alright, it's a good sign. It's a sign that people are sleepy or just lurking about, relaxing. I'd rather there be some chill, quiet people about than some people just sending a message every millisecond that goes by. But yeah, let me actually stretch my back for a sec. Took a cheat day or like a lazy day in between, so no workouts today either. So a quick stretch might be a good idea. Be right back. Alright. Yeah, I think I sat in like a bad posture during the tongue drum time. My back really doesn't like that. And hello in full. Thank you for a follow. How do you do? Hope you're well. Nice, Ghost Dog, nice, enjoy. And good luck with the rest of your shift, yeah. Take care. The island of the 9 whirlpools. The dark arch that led to the witch's cave was hung with a black and yellow fringe of live snakes as the queen went in, keeping carefully in the middle of the arch. All the snakes lifted their wicked flat heads and stared at her with their wicked yellow eyes. You know it is not good manners to stare, even at royalty, except of course for cats. And the snakes had been so badly brought up that they even put their tongues out at the poor lady. Nasty, thin, sharp tongues they were too. Now the queen's husband was of course the king, and besides being a king he was an enchanter and considered to be quite at the top of his profession. So he was very wise, and he knew that when kings and queens want children, the queen always goes to see a witch. So he gave the queen the witch's address, and the queen called on her, but he was very frightened and did not like her at all. The witch was sitting by a fire of sticks, stirring something bubbly in a shiny copper cauldron. "What do you want, my dear?" she said to the queen. "Oh, if you please," said the queen, "I want a baby, a very nice one. You don't want any expense spared," my husband said. "Oh, yes," said the witch, "I know all about him, and you want a child. Do you know it will bring you sorrow?" "It will bring me joy first," said the queen. "Great sorrow," said the witch. "Greater joy," said the queen. Then the witch said, "Well, if your own way, I suppose it's as much as your place is worth to go back without it." The king would be very much annoyed at the poor queen. "Well, well," said the witch, "what will you give me for the child?" "Anything you ask for, and all I have," said the queen. "Then give me your gold crown." The queen took it off quickly. "And your necklace of blue sapphires." The queen unfastened it. and your pearl bracelets, the queen unclasped them, and your ruby clasps, and the queen under the clasps. Now the lilies from your breast, the queen gathered together the lilies, and the diamonds of your little bright shoe buckles, the queen poured over shoes. All right, miss, take care, good night, sleep well, take care. Then the witch stirred the stuff that was in the cauldron, and one by one she threw in the gold crown and the sapphire necklace, and the pearl bracelets and the ruby clasps and the diamonds of the little bright shoe buckles, and last of all she threw in the lilies. The stuff in the cauldron boiled up in foaming flashes of yellow, and blue and red, and white and silver, and sent out a sweet scent, and presently the witch poured it out into a pot, and set it to cool in the doorway among the snakes. Then she said to the queen, "Your child will have hair as golden as your crown, eyes as blue as your sapphires, the red of your rubies will lie on its lips, and its skin will be clear and pale as your pearls. Its soul will be white and sweet as your lilies, and your diamonds will be no clearer than its wits." "Oh, thank you," said the queen, "and when will it come?" "You will find it when you get home." "And won't you have something for yourself?" asked the queen. "Any little thing you fancy? Would you like a country or a sack of jewels?" "Nothing, thank you," said the witch. "I could make more diamonds in a day than I should wear in a year." "Well, but do let me do some little thing for you," the queen went on. "Aren't you tired of being a witch? Wouldn't you like to be a duchess or a princess or something like that?" "There is one thing I should rather like," said the witch, "but it's hard to get to my trade." "Oh, tell me what," said the queen. "I would like someone to love me," said the witch. Then the queen threw her arms around the witch's neck and kissed her 100 times. "Why," she said, "I love you better than my life. You've given me the baby, and the baby shall love you too." "Perhaps it will," said the witch, "and when the sorrow comes, and for me, each of your 50 kisses will be a spell to bring me to you. Now drink up your medicine, there's a dear, and run along home." "Well, can I? Sure. Will I? Probably not. It's not the greatest reading material, I don't think. But maybe if enough people want it, sure, I technically could." So the queen drank the stuff from the pot, which was quite cool by this time, and she went out under the fringe of snakes, and they all behaved like good Sunday school children. Some of them even tried to drop a curtsy to her as she went by. Though that is not easy when you are hanging wrong way up by your tail. But the snakes knew the queen was friends with her mistress, so of course they had to do their best to be civil. When the queen got home, sure enough, there was the baby lying in the cradle, with the royal arms blazoned on it, crying as naturally as possible. It had pink ribbons to tie up its sleeve, so the queen saw at once it was a girl. When the king knew this, he tore his black hair with fury. "Oh, you silly, silly queen," he said. "Why didn't I marry a clever lady? Did you think I went to all the trouble and expense of sending you to a witch to get a girl? You knew well enough it was a boy I wanted, a boy, an heir, a prince, to learn all my magic and my enchantments, and to rule the kingdom after me. All but a crown, my crown." he said. You never even thought to tell the witch what kind you wanted, did you know? And the queen hung her head and had to confess that she had only asked for a child. Very well, madam, said the king, very well, have your own way, and make the most of your daughter while she is a child. The queen did over a year of her life and never held half so much happiness as now lived in each of the moments when she held her little baby in her arms. And the years went on, and the king grew more and more clever at magic, and more disagreeable at home, and the princess grew more beautiful and more dear every day she lived. The queen and the princess were feeding the goldfish in the courtyard fountains with crumbs of the princess's 18th birthday cake, when the king came into the courtyard, looking as black as thunder, with his black raven hopping after him. He shook his fist at his family, as indeed he generally did whenever he met them, for he was not a king with pretty home manners. The raven sat down on the edge of the marble basin and tried to peck the goldfish. It was all he could do to show that he was in the same temper as his master. A girl indeed, said the king angrily. I wonder you can dare to look me in the face when you remember how your silliness has spoiled everything. You oughtn't to speak to my mother like that, said the princess. She was 18, and it came to her suddenly and all in a moment that she was a grown-up, so she spoke out. The king could not utter a word for several minutes. He was too angry, but the queen said, My dear child, don't interfere, quite crossly, for she was frightened. And hello, X50 Gamer, hope you're well. Thank you for the follow. And to her husband the queen said, My dear, why do you go on worrying about it? Our daughter is not a boy, it is true, but she may marry a clever man who could rule your kingdom after you, and learn as much magic as ever you care to teach him. Then the king found his tongue. If she does marry, he said slowly, her husband will have to be a very clever man. Oh yes, very clever indeed, and it will have to know a very great deal more magic than I shall ever care to teach him. The queen knew at once by the king's tone that he was going to be disagreeable. Ah, she said, don't punish the child because she loves her mother. I'm not going to punish her for that, said he. I'm only going to teach her to respect her father. And without another word, he went off to his laboratory and worked all night, boiling different coloured things in crucibles and copying charms in curious twisted letters from all the brown books with mold stains on their yellowy pages. The next day his plan was all arranged. He took the poor princess to a lone tower, which stands on an island in the sea, 1,000 miles from everywhere. He gave her a dowry and settled a handsome income on her. He engaged a competent dragon to look after her, and also a respectable griffin whose birth and upbringing he knew all about, and he said, Here you shall stay, my dear, respectful daughter, till a clever man comes to marry you. You'll have to be clever enough to sail a ship through the 9 whirlpools that spin around the island, and to kill the dragon and the griffin. Till he comes, you'll never get any older or any wiser. Don't doubt he will soon come. You can employ yourself in embroidering your wedding gown. I wish you joy, my beautiful child. And Justin, thank you for the follow as well. Hope you're doing well. And this carriage drawn by light thunderbolts, thunder travels very fast, rose in the air and disappeared, and the poor princess was left with the dragon and the griffin on the island of the 9 whirlpools. The queen left at home, cried for a day and night, and then she remembered the witch and called to her, and the witch came and the queen told her all. For the sake of the twice 25 kisses you gave me, said the witch, I will help you, but it's the last thing I can do, and it's not much. Your daughter is under a spell, and I can take you to her, but if I do, you will have to be turned into stone, and to stay so till the spell is taken off the child. I would be a stone for 1,000 years, said the poor queen, if at the end of them I could see my dear again. So the witch took the queen in a carriage drawn by life's sunbeams, which travelled more quickly than anything else in the world, and much quicker than thunder. And so away and away through the lone tower on the island of the 9 whirlpools. And there was the princess sitting on the floor in the best room of the lone tower, crying as if her heart would break. And the dragon and the griffin were sitting primly on each side of her. Oh, mother, 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 she cried, and hung around the queen's neck as if she would never let go. Now, said the witch, when they had all cried as much as was good for them, I can do 1 or 2 other little things for you. Time shall not make the princess sad. All days will be like one day till our deliverer comes, and you and I, dear queen, will sit in stone at the gate of the tower. In doing this for you, I lose all my witch's powers, and when I say the spell that changes you to stone, I shall change with you, and if ever we come out of the stone, I shall be a witch no more, but only a happy old woman. Then the 3 kissed one another again and again, and the witch said a spell, and on each side of the door there was now a stone lady. One of them had a stone crown on its head, and a stone sceptre in its hand, but the other held a stone tablet with the words on it, which the griffin and the dragon could not read, though they had both had a very good education. And now all days seemed like one day to the princess, and the next day always seemed the day when her mother would come out of the stone and kiss her again. And the years went slowly by. The wicked king died, and someone else took his kingdom, and many things were changed in the world. But the island did not change, nor the 9 whirlpools, nor the griffin, nor the dragon, nor the 2 stone ladies. And all the time, from the very first, the day of the princess's deliverance was coming, creeping nearer and nearer and nearer. But no one saw it coming except the princess, and she only in dreams. And the years went by in tens and in hundreds, and still the 9 whirlpools spun round, roaring in triumph the story of many a good ship that had gone down in a swirl, bearing with it some prince who had tried to win the princess and her dowry. And the great sea knew all the other stories of the princess, who had come from very far and had seen the whirlpools, and had shaken their wise young heads and said, bowed ship and gone discreetly home to their nice safe, come through all kingdoms. And indeed goes Doc, witches, plenty of witches. And hello, Philip King, how do you do? Quick breath, by the way. But no one told the story of the deliverer who was to come, and the years went by. Now after more scores of years you would like to add up on your slate a certain sailor boy sailed on the high seas with his uncle, who was a skilled skipper, and the boy could reeve a sail and a coil a rope, and keep the ship's nose steady before the wind, and he was as good a boy as you would find in the month of Sundays, and worthy to be a prince. Now there is something which is wiser than all the world, and it knows when people are worthy to be princes, and this something came from the farther side of the seventh world, and whispered in the boy's ear. And the boy heard, though he did not know he heard, and he looked out over the black sea with the white foam horses galloping over it, and far away he saw a light, and he said to the skipper, his uncle, "What light is that?" And the skipper said, "All good things defend you, Nigel, from sailing near that light. 'Tis not mentioned in old chart, but 'tis marked in the old chart I steer by, which was my father's fathers before me, and his father's fathers before him, and this light that shines from the lone tower that stands above the 9 whirlpools. And when my father's father was young, he heard from the very old man, his great-great-grandfather, that in that tower an enchanted princess, fairer than the day, waits to be delivered. But there is no deliverance, so never steer that way, and think no more of a princess, for it is only an idle tale. But the whirlpools are quite real." So of course from that day Nigel thought of nothing else, and as he sailed hither and thither upon the high seas, he saw from time to time the light that shone out to sea across the wild swirl of the 9 whirlpools. And one night when the ship was at anchor and the skipper asleep in his bunk, Nigel launched the ship's boat and steered alone over the dark sea towards the light. He dared not go very near till daylight should show him what indeed were the whirlpools he had to dread. But when the dawn came he saw the lone tower standing dark against the pink and primrose of the east, and about its base the sullen swirl of black water, and he heard the wonderful roar at, so he hung off and on all that day and for 6 days beside. And when he had watched 7 days he knew something, for you are certain to know something if you give for 7 days your whole thought to it, even though it be only the first declension or a 9 times table over the dates of the Norman kings. What he knew was this, that for 5 minutes out of the 1,440 minutes that make up a day the whirlpool slipped in the silence, or the tide went down and left the yellow sand bare. And every day this happened, but every day it was 5 minutes earlier than it had been the day before. He made sure of this by the ship's chronometer, which he had thoughtfully brought with him. "Hello again, Sailor Wolf, how do you do? How are you doing?" So on the 8th day, at 5 minutes before noon, Nigel was ready, and when the whirlpool suddenly stopped swirling, and the tide sank like water in a basin that has a hole in it, he stuck to his oars, and put his back into a stroke, and presently beached the boat on the yellow sand, and he dragged it into a cave and sat down to wait. By 5 minutes and 1 second past noon, the whirlpools were back and busy again, and Nigel peeped out of his cave, and on the rocky ledge overhang the sea he saw a princess as beautiful as the day, with golden hair and a green gown, and he went out to meet her. save you," he said. "How darling and beautiful you are." "You are very good and very clever and very dear," said the princess, smiling and giving him both their hands. He shot a little kiss in each hand before he let them go. "Hello, Suma. How are you? How are you? And thank you for the follow. And thank you." "So now, when the tide is low again, I will take you away in my boat," he said. "But what about the dragon and the griffin?" asked the princess. "Dearie me," said Nigel. "I didn't know about them. I suppose I can kill them." "No, don't be a silly boy," said the princess, pretending to be very grown-up, for though she had been on the island time only knows how many years, she was just 18 and she still liked pretending. "You ever a sword or a shield or a thing? Well, don't the bees ever go to sleep?" "Why, yes," said the princess, "but only once in 24 hours, and then the dragon is turned to stone. But the griffin has dreams. The griffin sleeps at tea time every day, but the dragon sleeps every day for 5 minutes. And every day is 3 minutes later than was the day before." "What time does he sleep today?" asked Nigel. "At 11, said the princess. "Ah," said Nigel, "can you do sums?" "No," said the princess sadly, "I was never good at them." "Then I must," said Nigel. "I can, but it's slow work, and it makes me very unhappy. It'll take me days and days." "Don't begin yet," said the princess. "You'll have plenty of time to be unhappy, but I'm not with you. Tell me all about yourself." So he did, and then she told him all about herself. "That would be nice, Ghost Dog, that would be nice." "I know I've been here a long time," she said, "but I don't know what time is, and I'm very busy sewing silk flowers on a golden gown for my wedding day, and the griffin does the housework. His wings are so convenient and feathery for sweeping and dusting, and the dragon does the cooking. He's hot inside, so of course there's no trouble to him. And though I don't know what time is, I'm sure it's time for my wedding day, because my golden gown only wants one more white daisy on the sleeve and a lily on the bosom of it, and then it will be ready." Just then they heard a dry rustling clatter on the rocks above them, and a snoring sound. "'Tis the dragon," said the princess hurriedly. "Goodbye, be a good boy, and get your sum done." And she ran away and left him to his arithmetic. Now the sum was this: if the whirlpools stop and the tide goes down once in every 24 hours, and they do it 5 minutes earlier every 24 hours, and if the dragon sleeps every day, and he does it 3 minutes later every day, in how many days and at what time in the day will the tide go down 3 minutes before the dragon falls asleep? "Hello, Cranks, how do you do? Welcome back." "'Tis quite a simple sum, as you see. You could do it in a minute, because you have been to a good school and have taken pains with your lessons. It was quite otherwise with poor Nigel. He sat down to work out his sum with a piece of chalk on a smooth stone. He tried it by practice and the unitary method, by multiplication by rule of 3 3/4. He tried it by decimals and by compound interest. He tried it by square root and by cube root. He tried it by addition, simple and otherwise. And he tried it by mixed examples and vulgar fractions, but was all of no use. Then he tried to do the sum by algebra, by simple and by quadratic equations, by trigonometry, by logarithms, and by conic sections, but it would not do. He got an answer every time, 'tis true, but it was always a different one, and he could not feel sure which answer was right. And just as he was feeling how much more important than anything else it is to be able to do your sums, the princess came back, and now it was getting dark. Why, you've been 7 hours over at some, she said, and you haven't done it yet. Look here, this is what is written on the tablet of the statue by the lower gate. It has fingers in it, perhaps it is the answer to the sum. She held out to him a big white magnolia leaf, and she had scratched on it with a pin of her palm brooch, and it had turned brown where she had scratched it, as magnolia leaves will do, Nigel read. After 9 days, TII 24, DII 27, PS and the Griffin's artificial R. He clapped his hands softly. And after finding that, he clapped her hands softly. "Dear princess," he said, "I know that's the right answer. It says R2, you see, but I'll just prove it." So he hastily worked the sum backward in decimals and equations and conic sections and all the rules he could think of, and it came right every time. So now we must wait. They said, and they waited. And every day the princess came to see Niall and brought him food cooked by the dragon, and he lived in his cave and he talked to her when she was there, and thought about her when she was not, and they were both as happy as the longest day in summer. Then at last came the day Nigel and the princess laid their plans. "You're sure he won't hurt you, my only treasure?" said Niall. "Quite," said the princess. "I only wish I were half as sure that he wouldn't hurt you." "My princess," he said tenderly, "two great powers are on our side, the power of love and the power of arithmetic. Those two are stronger than anything else in the world." So then, when the tide began to go round, Nigel and the princess ran out onto the sands, and there, in full sight of the terrace, wherein the dragon kept watch, Nigel took his princess in his arms and kissed her. The griffin was busy sweeping the stairs of the lone tower, but the dragon saw, and he gave a cry of rage. It was like 20 engines all letting off steam at the top of their voices inside Cannon Street Station. Take care, Ghost Dog. Have a safe drive home. Take care, and I'm sure I'll see you later. And the two lovers stood looking up at the dragon. He wasn't dreadful to look at. His head was white with age, and his beard had grown so long that he caught his claws in it as he walked. His wings were white with a salt that settled on them from the spray of the sea. His tail was long and thick and jointed and wide, and had little legs to it, any number of them, far too many, so that it looked like a very large fat silkworm. And his claws were as long as lessons, and as sharp as bayonets. And hello, Dex, thank you for a follow, hope you're well. Goodbye, love, cried Nigel, and ran out across the yellow sand toward the sea. He had one end of a cord tied to his arm. The dragon was clambering down the face of the cliff, and next moment he was crawling and writhing and sprawling and wriggling across the beach after Nigel. Making great holes in the sand. With his heavy feet at the very end of his tail, where there were no legs made as it dragged, a mark in the sand such as you make when you launch a boat, and he breathed fire till the wet sand hissed again, and the water of the little rock pools got quite frightened, and all went off in steam. Still Nigel held on and the dragon after him. The princess could see nothing for the steam, and she stood crying bitterly, but still holding on tight with her right hand to the other end of the cord that Nigel had taught her to hold, while with her left she held the ship's chronometer and looked at it through her tears as she had bidden her look, so as to know when to pull her rope. On went Nigel over the sand, and on went the dragon after him, and the tide was low, and sleepy little waves lapped the sand's edge. Now at a lip at the water, Nigel paused and looked back. And the dragon made a bound, beginning a scream of rage. That was all like all the engines of all the railways in England, but it never uttered the second half of that scream, for now it knew suddenly that it was sleepy. It turned to hurry back to dry land, because sleeping near the whirlpools is so unsafe. Before it reached the shore, sleep caught it and it turned it to stone. Nigel, seeing this, ran shoreward for his life, and the tide began to flow in, and the time for the whirlpool's sleep was nearly over, and he stumbled and he waded and he swam, and the princess pulled for dear life at a cord in her hand, and pulled him up onto the dry shelf of rock, just as the great sea dashed in, and made itself once more in the girdle of 9 whirlpools all around the island. But the dragon was asleep under the whirlpools, and when he woke up from being asleep he found he was drowned, so there was an end of him. Now there's only the griffin, said Nigel, and the princess said yes only. And she kissed Nigel and went back to sew the last leaf of the last lily on the bosom of her wedding gown. She thought and thought of what was written on the stone about the griffin being artificial, and the next day she said to Nigel, "You know a griffin is half a lion and half an eagle, and the other 2 halves when they join make the Hippogriff. But I've never seen him yet, I have an idea." So they talked it over and arranged everything. When the griffin fell asleep that afternoon at tea time, Nigel went softly behind him and trod on his tail, and at the same time the princess cried, "Look out, there's a lion behind you." And the griffin, waking suddenly from his dreams, twisted his large neck around to look for the lion, saw a lion's flank, and fastened its eagle beak in it. For the griffin had been artificially made by the king enchanter, and the 2 halves had never really got used to each other. So now the eagle half of the griffin, who was still rather sleepy, believed that it was fighting a lion, and the lion part, being half asleep, thought it was fighting an eagle, and the whole griffin in its deep drowsiness hadn't the sense to pull itself together and remember what it was made of. So the griffin rolled over and over end of it fighting with the other, till the eagle end pecked the lion end to death, and the lion end tore the eagle end with its claws till it died, and so the griffin that was made of a lion and an eagle perished, exactly as if it had been made by Kilkenny cats. Poor griffin, said the princess. It was very good at the housework. I always liked it better than the dragon. It wasn't so hot-tempered. At that moment there was a soft, silky rush behind the princess, and there was her mother, the queen, who had slipped out of the stone statue at the moment the griffin was dead, and now came hurrying to take her dear daughter in her arms. The witch was clambering slowly off her pedestal. She was a little stiff from standing still so long. over, by the way, just typing that. But they had all explained everything over and over to each other as many times as was for good for them. The witch said, "Well, but what about the whirlpools?" And Nigel said he didn't know. Then the witch said, "I'm not a witch anymore, I'm only a happy old woman. But I know some things still. Those whirlpools were made by the enchanter king's dropping 9 drops of his blood into the sea. And his blood was so wicked that the sea has been trying ever since to get rid of it. And that made the whirlpools. Now you've only got to go out at low tide." So Nigel understood and went out at low tide, and found in the sandy hollows left by the first whirlpool a great red ruby. That was the first drop of the wicked king's blood. The next day Nigel found another, and the next day another, and so on, to the 9th day, and in the sea was as smooth as grass. The 9 rubies were used afterwards in agriculture. You had only to throw them out into a field if you wanted it ploughed, then the whole surface of the land turned itself over in anxiety. To get rid of something so wicked, and in the morning the field was found to be ploughed as thoroughly as any young man at Oxford. So the wicked king did some good after all. When the sea was smooth, ships came far and wide, bringing people to hear the wonderful story, and a beautiful palace was built, and the princess was married to Nigel in her gold dress, and they all lived happily ever after, happily as long as was good for them. Almost sent it off into happily ever after there. That was just my mind saying that. The dragon still lies, a stone dragon on the sand, and at low tide the little children play around him and over him, but the pieces that were left from the griffin were buried under the herb bed in the palace garden, because it had been so good at the housework, and it wasn't its fault that it had been made so badly and put to such poor work as guarding a lady from her lover. I have no doubt that you will wish to know what the princess lived on during the long years when the dragon did the cooking. My dear, she lived on her income, and that is a thing that a great many people would like to be able to do. And so wraps up that little story. Let me see, there's 3 stories left. I've got some time still today, but I've got time, but I don't know if I've got the energy. I think I'll take a quick bathroom break in a sec, and swap on over to a bit more tongue drum for a bit, and then look for someone to raid. I actually have to quite look for someone to raid probably, since I don't usually browse the ASMR category around this time, so I don't really know. Chewy should be live for a decent bit longer, right? I could just raid Chewy anyways and still. And I see Eddie is alive, but I don't know Eddie too well. I know he's good people, but I've never heard of ASMR yet. Alright, well, there's Chewy and there's Eddie, so gotta keep that in mind for when I have a look about that. So I'll go take a little quick break. I'll be right back with a bit more tongue drum time in a bit. Alright, let me just set everything up for tone rhythm real quick. Keep changing the emote for that white. I don't know. Just kinda like changing that for that. And let me turn the gain up a little bit. Things like that. Grab the tone drum and do a sound check real quick. Let me mute for that. Well, not for a sound check. Let me see, what am I getting on the sound? Maybe turn it up even a bit more. Just do one notch extra. How about that? And now is alright, that's it. Sounds good, sounds good. Ooh, Gentlefox just went live as well. So we just write Gentlefox. Another lovely reading streamer. Actually. And I don't know how long I'll be playing Tundrum for right now, but we'll see, we'll see. However long I feel like, basically. 'Cause I don't really feel like finishing up the book. I don't feel like I've got the energy for that. So I'll do the other 3 stories in the book tomorrow, sometime, or Sunday. Whenever I've got time and energy, it all depends. But for now, Tundrum time. yesterday. Let me quickly do this. For anyone who doesn't already follow the lovely Lethargic, go give her a follow. You're very, very welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope your stream yesterday was fun. I caught a bit of it. Saw a bit of Stardew Valley about. I've yet to learn anything about that game myself, to be honest. Not really gotten around to it yet. Nice, good to hear, good to hear. And I will probably be ending soon though, by the way. Just a quick small heads up. But it's time to celebrate the weekend and chill for a little bit before I head off to sleep soon. call it for today. Let me just see how long has Chewie been live. Almost 3 hours now, right? But I'm pretty sure Chewie was quite a bit longer than that. And though, just as I go to look for someone to rate, the view count drops even lower. Oh boy. Oh well. We're not gonna care about that. This is a time, after all, that I'm usually not live, so this all as expected. In ways. But let me see. Start the raid over to Chewie, then get back to talking to them for a bit, just till the raid just automatically goes through. Let's see how many viewers the raid message shows. 9 as well, yeah. We'll take 9 for today. For a moment, that's not my usual time. I'd say that's fine. Thank you all for having been there. And hope to see you all some other time. And I hope you all enjoy a lovely Mr. Chubby's ASMR as well. Take care.